The time has come. We are playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Let's fucking go. So, before we get started, we were supposed to be playing this on Thursday, but a little funny thing happened, right? So let's give some backstory here. On Tuesday, I was streaming Persona 5, and I say at the beginning of the stream, I think my voice sounds a little bit weird today. And I thought, it was a little bit raspy, so I thought I had maybe hurt my voice the previous weekend because I, had auditions for a show, and so I'd been singing my lungs out the whole weekend. So, I thought maybe that was what happened. And I didn't think much of it, but oh boy, that was not what was happening. Then Wednesday night, I start feeling a bit sick. I'm like, my nose is runny, I'm coughing. So, I'll take a quick COVID test, not COVID. So I think, I got a cold, it's fine. And then I wake up Thursday morning when this game fucking comes out. I cannot get out of bed. My voice sounds like this. I'm coughing like every 5 seconds. I have a fucking headache. I had the flu! Fuck my life. And so, I just could not stream on Thursday because I had the fucking flu, and it was horrible. Not only because I didn't have the energy for it, but even if I did, my voice would just sound like this the whole time. And that doesn't seem like an enjoyable stream experience, So I decided to put this off and wait until my voice gets better. And as you might be able to tell, I'm still sick. My nose is completely plugged right now with snot. I have a slight headache. Not too bad, though. But the important thing is my voice sounds like that of a normal human person once again. Now, that being said, I am still sick, so we're gonna be, I got some fucking cough drops back there. We're gonna be taking a couple of those throughout the stream. I've got fucking toilet paper. We're gonna be fucking blowing our nose throughout the stream. But I cannot wait anymore to play this game. I should probably blow my nose before we start, so I'll be right back. I gotta get as cleared out as I can. That way we can, that way we can dive into it as best a condition as possible. So I'll be right back. All right. I can breathe again, so let's do this. I'm so excited. the Apollo Justice trilogy. I think Apollo Justice really is my favorite game in the franchise so far. I think Miles Edgeworth Investigations was really good. I think Miles Edgeworth Investigations is probably the more consistently good game, but I think like the highs of Apollo Justice are so high. They're so good. I think really the only part of Apollo Justice that I didn't like was the very last court day for the very last case. I think other than that, it was an excellent fucking game. Everything else was just, you know, just that one final one, just, you know, that was the one. But yeah, so this collection has obviously Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and then the other two are Phoenix Wright games. So I kind of don't know why it's even called the Apollo Justice Collection. Obviously, I know I'm guessing Apollo is going to be showing up in these games. It would be kind of weird if he didn't, just in general. But like, you know, obviously this game features oh yeah, there he is. Look at him. Yeah, so he's definitely going to be showing up. But this is, again, a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game. So why it's part of the... so, you know, why it's part of the Apollo Justice trilogy, I kind of don't know. But I guess we'll find out. Ooh! Like an animated cutscene. I think we didn't have these in the previous games. That's not... Oh, hold on. Wait, this seems familiar. Hold on. I think I've seen this somewhere before. That is a hell of a way to open an Ace Attorney game. What the fuck?
These are dark times, where the law has been reduced to rubble. And it's up to us to restore it to its former glory.
The fuck is that? Okay, the Right Anything Agency. Let's go.
I know what you mean.
Oh, the beanie with the secret camera.
Don't you worry. I've got a trusty new partner on board.
Hold on, I'm kind of blocking stuff. Move you up a little bit. Ah, and this is the new character.
Done.
Athena, I believe, right?
You bet. Let's do this.
She's been with us for half a year, though I can hardly believe
Okay, Right Anything Agency is expanding. Let's go. We're making money moves. And just like all the Ace Attorney protagonists, she's gonna have her own sort of special ability. Oh. Is her special power being clumsy? What the hell? Because obviously, well, Phoenix doesn't actually have anything.
this very reason I returned.
But thanks to Maya, he has the,
Time to bring it to an end.
Oh, that's my boy! Can't believe we have an Ace Attorney game with actual, like, cutscenes and voice acting. What the hell? Oh, he's looking fresh! Oh, my boy is back! He is... Oh, we are so back, people. We never even left. We never even left. So I feel like the audio levels might be a little bit low, so I'll turn those up, and so let me turn those up a little bit. I think that's probably a bit better. Oh, I know that hair suit. That's my boy. What happened to my boy? Who fucked up my boy? Okay, we have a lot of things to talk about. Oh, that is hot. Right, the bomb. The best thing about bombs is how they erase and destroy without discretion. Now all I have to do is pin everything on that little girl. Yes, small children well known for committing terrorist acts. December 17, 9:22 a.m., District Court, Defendant's Lobby, number 5. Okay. So a couple of things. First of all, that's a different defendant lobby than we're used to, which is interesting. So I wonder if this is taking place before or after the bombing. Like, I wonder if what we saw is what's going to happen at the end of this case, maybe? Or if this is something that happened after that intro cutscene. We're obviously in a different defendant lobby than we're used to. I think we're usually in number 2, I want to say. Then thinking about timeline stuff, this obviously takes place after Apollo Justice. Phoenix says Athena, I think that's her name, has been with them for half a year. And then obviously she must have showed up after the end of Apollo Justice, which means this game is taking place, several months after the events of Justice. And, okay, very interesting. I wonder what that, I'm trying to remember what day Apollo Justice ended so we can get a more accurate estimate, but yeah, that the bombing of the courtroom, I'm pretty sure I've seen that before, so I'm trying to think why that seems familiar to me, because obviously when I played through the Phoenix Wright trilogy, I made it clear from the start that I had actually played the Phoenix Wright games before when I was a kid. But it was a while ago. It was long enough ago that I didn't remember most of things. Like, I remembered certain things that I remembered characters, and I remembered certain plot points, like Gumshoe getting fired. I think that was, I'm trying to remember what game Gumshoe getting fired was. I'm not entirely sure. It was either Justice for All or Trials and Tribulations. But I remember Gumshoe being fired. I remember a couple of things, but I didn't remember like any of the killers or whatever. So now I'm wondering if maybe I played Dual Destinies as well. Because I know there was a port onto the iPhone, so I may have played that. Because that scene, bombing the courtroom, that definitely feels familiar. I'm sure I've seen that before, but I'm not sure how. But you know what? I guess we'll find out going forward. I guess this is not entirely blind. But yeah, let's just get to it. Oh, I'm so excited. Nope, not feeling nervous at all. It's amazing what a girl can get used to. Even a tense atmosphere like this is no biggie. You doing okay, Athena? My boy! What happened to you? What did they do to my boy? Bro's missing an eye. Like fucking his whole arms are bandaged up. And why does he have the drip? Oh, I'm glad my boy is back. I love Apollo. He's so great. Oh, actually, wait. Well, really, the person I most want to see come back is Emma, but we'll see. Oh, Apollo. Yeah, doing great. Like, hum a little tune great. Oh, yeah? Well, that's good to hear. Although, I could have sworn I heard your voice crack a second there. Oh, I'm that transparent, huh? Well, as it turns out, Apollo does kind of have, like, heightened senses that let him, like, see people's, like, the slightest twitches in people's, like, muscles and shit. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I talked about, because Phoenix mentioned Athena's special abilities, and obviously when Phoenix was the protagonist, he had, through Maya and Pearl, the ability to suss out people's lives with the psyche locks. Apollo, then, through the bracelet that he had from his mother, who was... I forget who his mother was, but his bracelet basically lets him, like, see the slightest, like, changes in expression and muscle twitches in people so that he can, like, read them and figure out if they're lying. And then Edgeworth in the Investigations game, which we just finished playing Investigations 1 a couple of months ago, Edgeworth has the ability to piece things together using logic to deduce new idea from the evidence. So I'm wondering what Athena's sort of special gameplay mechanic is going to be that makes her unique from Apollo and Phoenix, right? Cracking? Oh, my voice isn't cracking. Nerves of steel here, I tell you. Well, I do have the flu, so that might be why my voice is cracking. Also, yeah, I forgot to mention, Dual Destinies has, like, fucking 3D models, which I gotta say, 3D Apollo looking and smiling is kind of freaky, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure how I feel about the use of, about the use of 3D models over the, you know, the traditional sprites, but I suppose we'll see. This is Apollo Justice. The GOAT! He's a fellow lawyer at the office I work for. Apollo is the lead for the defense on the case, but I'm gonna be there at the bench with him, doing what I can to help out. I'll do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Okay, so Apollo is the lead attorney. Got it. Speaking of steel, how are you holding up? That explosion really did a number on you. Oh, okay. So the explosion did already happen, and that's the reason why Polly is fucked up. Okay, I guess that resolves two of my questions at the same time. I'm just happy that you're okay, Athena. Although, I can't pretend I have no connection to this case. That's why I'm gonna see it to it that Juniper's name is cleared. I'm sure you feel much the same way. You got that right. I won't rest until Junie is completely cleared of all suspicion. Apollo, Athena. Oh, I'm guessing this is the defendant. Ugh. Let's see. The thing with a female protagonist is that having to do a female voice for basically because for like 90% of the lines and for 90% of the dialogue in this game is gonna get tiring. As much for me doing it as it is for you hearing it. So, thank you for doing this for me, Junie. No, I'm not faking coughs. If I fake cough, I will cough for real, and then that will just... Oh, no, we're not doing that. Hey, are you okay? Bro, what is she using? Her fucking, like, sunflowers as a respirator? Sorry about that. I always seem to go into coughing fits whenever I get nervous. So true. I tend to go into coughing fits whenever I get the fucking flu! That kind of thing never happens. At home in the forest, though. This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear childhood friend. And she's also a client for this case. It's always people defending, like, childhood friends, isn't it? Phoenix with Larry and shit. Wow. Oh, I guess, yeah, technically Edgeworth's first case was defending Phoenix from stealing his lunch money, so I guess that technically counts. The news keeps repeating that Junie is the alleged bomber. But that's ridiculous. There's no way Junie would do anything like that. I brought you a little snack, Athena. Just a little something from my garden. Hey, thanks. So, is this an orange or a tangerine? It's an orange, my grandma says. That orange is the color of strength and endurance. I mean, tangerines are also orange. They're the same color. That's why you have to ask which... Yeah, whatever. Oh, I get it. Strength for the trial, right? Junie, you're always so good to me. Jeez, look at me. Sitting here clutching an orange to my chest with tears in my eyes. Well, don't you worry. I'll be powerful in there. They won't know what hit him, right, Apollo? Yeah, that's right. Come what may, this is one trial. We just can't lose. Apollo! What? Apollo? Oh no! You know what? Maybe showing up to court with like 3rd-degree burns after like surviving a massive explosion wasn't the best idea, my boy. I mean, I respect the dedication. Sorry I was late. I was making pancakes. God, I hate how Persona 5 has ruined the word pancake for me. God damn it. Blood is seeping through his bandages. One of his wounds might have reopened. Yeah, he was fucking blown up. What? You should be in the hospital, my guy. All this time he was trying to put on a brave face, but he was really overdoing it.
Mr. Justice.
Huh?
The trial is about to start, sir. Please proceed to the courtroom.
What, now? But Apollo's in no state to defend.
I have to defend Juniper.
What are we gonna do? The trial's about to start, with or without us. There's only one other option I can think of at a time like this. But even if I called him now, he'd never get here in time. You're gonna have to pull your own weight, Athena. You're gonna have to do this. No, wait. There's something else I can do. Apollo, give me all the evidence for the case. Huh? What are you gonna do? Bailiff?
Yes, miss?
The defense would like to submit a substitution of attorney petition. Athena? You're not, seriously. You just concentrate on getting better. I'll defend Junie. All by yourself? Athena, stop for a second. Think about what you're saying. I mean, Apollo, you have no right to talk. During your first case, you ended up fucking like proving that your co-counsel and mentor, Christoph Gavin, was the murderer. Like, the shit you did during your first case, it was fucking insane. You've never once taken a case on alone before, right? Yeah, neither did you before you literally took down, like, the devil himself, apparently. No, hay problema. I can handle it, I think. But I guess it really is up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with me taking over? Sure. Oh, I'm so fucked. I'm gonna go to jail. I believe in you, Athena. And that's enough for me. You're worried for me, aren't you? And to be honest, I'm pretty nervous too. I think my heart might just burst out of my chest. You're in no shape to stand at the bench now, so you'll just have to leave it to me. Alright. I can see your mind's made up anyways. I hate it that I can't be there. But I know you'll give it your utmost to defend Juniper. You bet I will. Rest assured of that. My name is Athena Sykes. I'm still just a newbie, but I'm a lawyer. This is only the second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. Oh, okay. It'll be the first time you stand up there alone, though. I have to do this. Oh, so this is not even your first case. Apollo, what the fuck are you talking about? Your first case as lead attorney, or were you even the lead in that case? I don't even remember, but like, I know for a fact that the shit you pulled during your first case, you had certainly less experience than Athena did. And compared to that, this seems like something pretty basic. Like, I mean, yeah, bombing a courtroom, ooh, spooky, but like, you're not, unless Phoenix Wright suddenly turns out to be the mad bomber that like destroyed the courtroom, but for some fucking reason, like, I don't know. I feel like Apollo kind of had it worse on his first day. And I'm definitely not about to let anything bad happen to Junie. Courtroom number 5. Oh! That also explains why the, I didn't kind of think about it. Yeah, the reason why we're not in the usual courtroom is because our usual courtroom got fucking blown up. Like, okay, yeah. Thinking back on it now, that does make some amount of sense, you know? Why we're in a different place than usual.
Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods.
Oh, Judge, how I've missed you. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ain't no way, dude! Oh, there's that cough. Winston, what have you done to your hair? What is that?
Yeah, prosecution, it's also ready, Your Honor. And what is the meaning of this? I was under the impression that Mr. Red Monkey would be my opponent today.
Yes, well, substitution of an attorney petition was submitted just a few moments ago.
My man saved up for a new toupee.
Due to the explosion in the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice is unable to continue.
I see. Now, that surprise you use that is an excuse to run away.
Bro, the man is like covered in third-degree burns. What are you talking about? Also, why would he run away from you? You've lost every single case you've ever fucking prosecuted, I'm pretty sure.
With me as an adversary who wouldn't want to feign illness in order to escape.
What? The nerve of that guy. I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. I really like her design. The colors, the yellow, blue, and orange is a nice color scheme, and her hair is great. Ah, this arrogant jerk.
You arrogant jerk!
I'm guessing that's her necklace talking. No, Widget!
Is my hearing getting worse?
Yes.
I could have sworn I heard the defense say something just now.
No, you didn't hear anything at all. Especially not from me.
How odd! I could have sworn I also heard something.
Oh, that would be my indispensable partner, Widget. He sometimes blurts out what I'm thinking. Okay, so they had some kind of, like, psychic link, I guess.
Well then, if that's the case, then it's a clear contradiction to what you just stated.
A contradiction?
You just stated that you said nothing.
Well, she did say nothing.
However, if that device of yours says what you're thinking, then you indeed said I was, what was it now? Elegance at work? Actually, it was an arrogant jerk.
Oh, that face is priceless. Oh, we're making that an emoji on the Discord. Oh, hell yeah.
At any rate, what's it matter if it's a red monkey or a yellow monkey facing me? No fresh out of law school rookie can defend this witness.
But Apollo isn't a fresh out of law school rookie. He's like a well-renowned attorney who like took down Christoph Gavin twice.
Mr. Payne, I believe that's enough. Let us get back to the case.
Of course, Your Honor. I'm more than ready to show this little girl why you call me the rookie humiliator.
I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk.
Arrogant jerk!
Miss Sykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court.
I'm very sorry. It's just a knee-jerk reaction.
Now then, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, if you please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, an incident occurred yesterday here at this very courthouse, in courtroom number 4. At the time, the trial for a certain bombing was being held in courtroom number 4.
Hi, yes, I was presiding over that trial as well. And Mr. Justice was there as the lawyer for the defense.
A bomb that was being presented as evidence suddenly went off during the trial.
I see.
It was a terrible accident, and courtroom number 4 was completely destroyed. Fortunately, we were able to start the evacuation procedures before the explosion occurred. Just a few seconds more, and it would have turned to a horrific loss of human life.
But there was, in fact, one death, was there not?
That is correct, Your Honor. When courtroom number 4 was examined after the blast, the body of Detective Candace Arm was discovered. He was to take the stand as witness later on in the trial.
I suppose she wasn't able to evacuate in time. What a terrible tragedy.
Was she? She certainly didn't look like she was hit by an explosion. It looked like the debris got her, but then the cause of death would be blunt trauma, which she could have just been murdered after the explosion just as well. Or before it.
I must admit, I stumbled at least 10 times myself before I was able to escape.
Maybe the court should see about getting you even shorter robes. God, it's so good to be back.
The victim's body was found near the entrance to the courtroom. I suspect she stayed until the very end to help guide others out to safety. Your Honor, allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and details about the bomb.
So how did Apollo get caught in the blast then? Trauma to the back of the head caused by impact with a flat object. Time of death, 8 to 11 a.m. So again, yeah, that could be falling debris, but she could also just been like beaten to death. Stuffed animal bomb. The time bomb that destroyed the courtroom is hidden inside a stuffed animal when it was detonated. Guilty. Okay, I know how this works. All evidence for the trial is filed in the court record. When I want to check something out, I just use E. So I love how you asked Apollo before you took over the trial. You were like, "Hey Apollo, can I get like all your evidence? I'm gonna defend Junie myself." And Apollo's like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then like you have no like, did you guys have like no evidence? Then why did you even ask him? Whatever. My brand new shiny badge. It shows that I'm a defense attorney. Arms autopsy report. Cause of death. Trauma to the back of the head. Caused by impact with a flat object. Time of death. In 8 and 11 a.m. Right. And that just gives us the image. And yeah. I'm not seeing anything else out of the ordinary here. At least not at first glance. Stuffed animal bomb. And I guess let's go over people. Father Justice, age 23, another lawyer at the office. He's passionate about the law and hates anything that's not fair or just. It's in his name. Juniper Woods, our client in this case, we've been friends since childhood. A sweet girl who loves nature. Gasp in pain. Wait. Gasp in pain? Obviously, you know, the pun, gasp in pain, but like, did Winston change his name? Or is this like Winston's brother? What the hell? Hello? I need the pain lore. That's what. Can we just have an Winston Payne, ace prosecutor? But you lose every case. Candace Arm, the victim in this case, a detective who's heading up the investigation into a bombing incident. Okay, got it. I better take a peek later. Way ahead of you.
Now then, please call the accused to the witness stand. Defendant, are you feeling all right? You're looking a bit pale.
I'm so sorry. I was feeling a bit weak when I first arrived here at the courthouse. But I'm all right.
Junie's really giving it her all. I'd better make sure I do the same.
If I could please proceed. Your name and occupation, defendant. Juniper Woods. I'm a high school student. Miss Woods, can you confirm you were in the courthouse on the day in question? Yes, I came to know Apollo Justice through my friend Thena. And so, I was there yesterday to watch the trial and lend my support.
Something's wrong. Junie's really scared.
Did you know I'm also known as the defendant humiliator? It looks like I have yet another chance to show everyone how I earned that moniker.
Yeah, this is arrogance, no bounds. I have to protect Junie no matter what. Hey, you arrogant prosecutor Payne!
Huh? What is it? You want me to demonstrate why I'm known as the rookie humiliator instead?
Deep breaths, Vina. Don't let him get to you. Prosecutor Payne, Junie is telling the truth. Mr. Justice also backed up her claim when we saw him in the defendant lobby. And Junie, he said he was glad to get that lotus root you gave him too.
He was? My grandma says lotus roots is good for your eyes. She says they can even help you see into the future.
They can. That's the perfect present for a lawyer. And if that's true, I guess he must not have eaten them.
A sweet, meek girl like this, blowing a courtroom to bits. I must say, it's very hard to believe.
Objection!
I'm never ready for the Winston Payne objection. Sorry, Gaspin Payne.
No, Your Honor, don't let her seemingly innocent appearance fool you. The defendant had a motive for committing this crime. That's not true. I don't have any kind of motive. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant. However, that doesn't matter. The only thing that does is her objective was the destruction of courtroom number 4 itself.
I mean, yeah, I guess if the theory so far is that the defendant that sorry, not the defendant. If the guess is that Candace was killed in the explosion, then obviously the explosion wasn't the killer wasn't trying to kill Candace, right? Now, I do suspect that Candace was killed independently of the explosion, and that targeting Candace was the point in the first place. That being said, you know, we would need to prove that Candace was actually murdered rather than just, or that Candace was an intentional target of the attack rather than just an innocent bystander, you know? Because as of right now, yeah, a connection to the victim doesn't really matter because we don't have any proof that the killer was actually targeting the victim in the first place. Even though I suspect, you know, they actually were. Yeah. I'm like fucking, I'm like the Michael Jordan of streaming, I really am. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? When the world Miss Woods want to do that? Yeah, come on, let's hear the argument here.
That's a very good question, coming from a novice such as yourself. But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges?
Yes. Today, in fact.
What? Why, yes. Yes, I have. And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system?
Objection!
Now wait just a minute. If that kind of thing was a motive for blowing things up, then every one of our clients would turn into bombers.
That's a valid point. We wouldn't have a single courthouse left standing in the land.
I can see the accused isn't the only one who might bear a resentment against the courts, but Fitzwoods is the only person who could have committed the crime. Why? Because we have found some decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt.
Decisive, huh? I believe it when I see it.
It involves a very unique aspect of the bomb itself, Your Honor.
And what exactly was so unique about it?
Why don't we have Miss Sykes to answer that? Why don't we have Miss Sykes answer that question?
Me? Oh no. Okay, what I will say about the 3D models, they've got some incredible facial expressions.
I notice you appear to be very nervous. And, well, gentleman that I am, I'd like to offer you a chance to gain some confidence with such an easy question.
Could he be any more condescending? Really, what a thoroughly unpleasant man.
L is for loser. What did you just say?
Nothing, not a single thing. Now, let's see. What was I supposed to do at a time like this? Oh, I know. The court record. The information I need is somewhere in the court record.
All right, Miss Sykes. Let's hear your answer. What was unique about the bomb that blew up the courtroom? Was it because it was?
Yeah, it was in a stuffed animal. In the judge's pocket. We don't have a health bar yet, so we get to pick some fucked up. So we get to pick some funny answers first. In the judge's pocket. The bomb was in your honor's pocket.
Miss Sykes! What in Sam Hill are you talking about?
Well, I tried to picture myself as the bomb. If I was in your pocket, you'd surely bring me into the courtroom naturally.
The only thing in my pocket are pictures of my grandchildren and my ham and cheese sandwich that I'm going to be eating at the break. I could hardly have a bomb in there.
No, of course not. That would be silly now, wouldn't it?
I think I'd better take another good look through the court record.
All right, let's try that again, shall we?
Instead of Paula's briefcase, of course. Let's see. I believe it was because it was in Mr. Justice's briefcase.
Don't tell me you intend to claim there was Mr. Justice who committed the bombing.
What? No, of course not. I just thought maybe he brought it to the courtroom by mistake.
What kind of person makes a mistake like that?
What in the world am I blathering?
Yeah, what is blood waffling about?
All right, let's try that again.
It was in a stuffed animal. Mr. Payne, what kind of simpleton do you take me for? It was stuffed inside a stuffed animal. Evil intentions covered up by a cute exterior.
Very good. Have a cookie. The bomb that went off in the courtroom was indeed hidden inside a stuffed animal. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? I am fine. Just like I said from the start, I can do this.
Yes, as I recall, the bomb was inside a stuffed animal the whole time. I never even got to take a good look at it. What connection does this impish elephant have with the defendant?
The answer to that question lies in another piece of evidence, which I have here.
And what, pray tell, is this? It appears to be a little singed.
It's a tale, Your Honor. The tale of a poor victim of the explosion.
This is incredible. Are you saying it's Detective Arms' tale?
No, Judge. Oh, every game, you truly surprise me. His senility reaches a new level with each game. It's actually incredible. The man has like late stage dementia, but he's still fighting it out in the court of law. Incredible stuff.
Your Honor, it's so very close, but no, it belongs to this stuffed animal.
Yeah, like the longer, the more time we spend with this judge, it becomes easier to believe that Diego Armando could have just shown up to a courtroom and pretended to be a prosecutor, and then just like the judge goes along with whatever bullshit he says, even if it makes zero logical sense, because like the judge probably thought Gato was his grandchild or something like that.
It's called the Phony Fanty, a rather unpleasant name if you ask me.
He's the mascot for a campaign to eliminate false evidence and false charges, is he not?
Exactly. His motto is phony evidence is just trunked up.
That's so wrong on so many levels. What is with this legal system and having the worst mascots known to man? I mean, the Blue Badger was bad enough, but then you had the whole fucking Badger family, and now this shit?
A phony Fanty's tail is made of vinyl cloth, and we found something very interesting on its surface. The defendant's fingerprints. What? The Phony Fanty provided the prosecution with all the evidence we needed. It clearly proves that the accused handled the bomb. Eep.
Oh, the 3D, being able to go around the courtroom in 3D is weird.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would Junie's fingerprints be on it?
That does appear to be pretty irrefutable evidence. The court accepts it into evidence.
Piece of stuffed animal the bomb was inserted into. The defendant's fingerprints were found on it. See if we can take a look at that.
Miss Woods, do you have an explanation for this?
No, we can't examine that in any more detail. Got it.
I don't understand. How about you, Miss Sykes? You have any plausible explanation to refute this decisive piece of evidence?
Oh, well, I can't do it. I can't think of a single thing. But I better come up with something for Junie's sake.
If you can't produce an answer, we can always go straight to the ruling if you'd prefer.
No, I have to say something fast. Oh no, I can't get my voice to work. Why now of all times? Oh, some kind of... I thought I overcame this already. Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court? Some kind of like PTSD, maybe? What the fuck? Oh yeah, all the PTSD.
As you can see, there is no room for debate.
Objection!
That who I think it is?
You.
Woo, turn that up, boy! Turn that up, boy! Sorry it took me so long to get here, Athena. Apollo explained the whole thing to me over the phone. He asked me to come help you out in his place. Thanks for coming. I hate to admit it, but I was having a really rough time on my own. Oh, don't I know? I think you're doing just fine, all things considered. And you hung in there, giving me enough time to get here. Now, let's turn this case about. You got it, boss.
Ho, ho, ho! Look who showed up out of the blue! If it isn't Mr. Phoenix Wright, you always manage to surprise me.
Your Honor, Mr. Payne has called for an early ruling, but I believe there are still many things that need to be deliberated. How did Miss Wood's fingerprints wind up on the stuffed animal's tail? How was the bomb even detonated? Until these questions are answered, I assert it's impossible for a fair ruling to be made.
You are absolutely right. Let us continue from where we left off. I assume you have no objections, Mr. Payne.
Not at all, Your Honor.
Miss Woods really looks like she's having a hard time. Junie's really struggling, Mr. Wright. I get the sense she's afraid of the courtroom itself. Because of yesterday. Yeah. It was understandably very traumatic for her. Poor thing. And here she is. Back at the courthouse again, being so brave. I'd like to make a request, Your Honor. If at all possible, I'd like to have Miss Woods rest in the lobby.
Given the defendant's condition, very well, I grant special permission.
You go get some rest, Junie, and leave the rest to us. Okay, thank you. Sorry about this.
Phoenix Wright, I've been looking forward to meeting you.
It's been a while, Mr. Payne.
You're more clueless than I'd heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I am the younger brother of your long-standing rival, Winston Payne.
Oh my god! They are brothers! What the hell? Oh, and I just realized Winston Payne is wince in pain, and he's gasp in pain. Oh my god. What? Long-standing rival? When were we ever rivals? Let alone long-standing. Well, I wouldn't say rivals, but whatever you are, it's definitely long-standing. I mean, he was the first person you ever faced in a court of law, you know? So, and I'm pretty sure he also prosecuted you for murder in Apollo Justice. I'm pretty sure that happened. So, you know what? Honestly, like, he's kind of been a pain in your ass, I'm not gonna lie. One of these times I'm gonna forget to unmute the microphone after blowing my nose, and I'm gonna end up fucking recording the entire fucking. I'm gonna do the entire rest of the stream muted, and then I'm only gonna realize at the end. I'm sure that's what's gonna happen at some point.
You'll see, Mr. Wright. I will cleanse Winston of the disgrace he met at your hands.
Looks like this royal pain is gonna be thoroughly unpleasant as the other.
Your Honor, the prosecution would now like to call a decisive witness to the stand. This witness will testify as to how the accused detonated the bomb in the courtroom.
Very well. Please call your witness, Mr. Payne.
Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Witness.
Name, Ted Tonate. Occupation, bomb disposal specialist.
Oh my, what a strange robotic voice you have.
Speech synthesis via typing. It is the same as me talking. He sounds exactly like a robot.
Can't you speak in a normal manner?
I can.
It can?
But I do not like to speak.
Speaking is inefficient.
Energy expenditure, speaking, more, typing, understand.
What an odd witness.
Mr. Tonate was in charge of the bomb for this trial and was there when it went off.
Being a bomb specialist, do you have any relation to the victim?
Negative. I first met the girl while on this job. Many people are employed by the police. I know only a fraction of them.
I, however, was shocked when I first discovered the body of the victim.
Shocked?
I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but ended up discovering a dead body.
So he was the first to discover the body, was he? That makes him a prime suspect to be the murderer as well.
He's here to testify about the circumstances surrounding the moment of the explosion.
Very well, the court will hear Mr. Tonate's testimony. But at the very least, show this court some respect and remove the face guard witness.
Yep. That's the guy. That's the guy that blew up the courtroom.
The bomb was originally disarmed by me when transported here as evidence. Bomb name, HH3000, operated by timer or with remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I saw the bomb's timer was counting down.
So even though the bomb was supposed to be disarmed, it somehow got switched on?
Precisely. Activating the timer is very simple. 1. Connect the wires. 2. Switch on the timer. A monkey could do it. I am sure even you would be able to, Mr. Right.
I guess this makes you the blue monkey in the barrel of fun, boss. I'd like to begin my cross-examination, huh?
Mr. Tonate, what is that?
HH3000, aka a bomb.
A bomb! Great googly boogly! Yeah! To Tonate, I demand that you disarm. Mr. Tonate, I demand you disarm at this instant.
Disassembly complete.
That is impressive. Bro is a master builder. What the hell?
5.3 seconds. 0.2 seconds short of my personal best.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm not exactly a spring chicken, you know.
This is an exact replica of HH3000. It is used to practice disarming bombs. Disarm equals success, explosion, failure.
An exact replica of the bomb that exploded, is it? So that's what it looked like.
I submitted a photograph of the real bomb taken just before the trial. Dimensions. 10 height, 10 width, 10 depth. Weight, 12 pounds, a perfect replication. The bomb does appear
to be a very good copy indeed.
Yes, however, I cannot replicate the detonating mechanism. It was a very puzzling wiring setup. It is regrettable I cannot replicate it.
Witness, that's enough. There's no need to replicate anything here. And now, the defense would begin their cross-examination. Huh?
And so then this is just okay. Dimensions of the bomb. Case 5/16 of an inch alloy plating. Oh, is there more pages here? No, okay.
Where did Miss Sykes gone to?
Athena, you can come out now.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get to work.
I guess you were pretty scared, huh?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. She was about to bolt. Hey, put a sock in it, widget.
Transparent as ever. Now, let's see. Where were we? We were at the cross-examination. Oh, cross-examination, of course. She seems disoriented. I wonder if she's all right. Maybe I should ask Athena if she remembers how to cross-examine to help her focus. Might as well. Athena, you remember how to conduct a cross-examination, right? What? Of course I do. What kind of a lawyer would I be if I didn't? No, don't get upset. What do you say to humoring me with a little review? We got it. Basically, we examine a witness's testimony and compare it against the court record, searching carefully for any inconsistencies. New text represents a witness testimony. We can use D to advance the next statement of their testimony, and A to go back to the previous statement. Paying close attention to the testimony, we should keep an ear out for anything strange. Be prepared to present our case via the court record. The court record contains information on all the evidence we have at our disposal. We can use it to look for facts that conflict with what the witness has said, and present any counter evidence we find to refute their statement. Okay, I need a cough drop, hold on. And what if nothing conflicts with the witness's testimony? Well, then we press the witness for more information. Well, she seems to have the basics down, that's good. Find any inconsistencies or lies in the testimony and reveal them to the court. That's what cross-examination is all about. Looks like you remember it just as I taught it. And it was a nice refresher course for me. If you can't find any contradictions, and you flub up too often, don't be afraid to ask me for help. Press R when the option to consult with me appears. I'll let you know what I think the suspicious statement is. Sounds good. I'll be counting on you if I get in a bind. Alright, it's cross-examination time. When the bomb went off. The bomb was originally disarmed by me and transported here as evidence. Bomb name, HH3000, operated by timer or with remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I saw the bomb's timer was counting down. So, you're trying to find the testimony that conflicts with the evidence, right? That's right. Listening carefully to Mr. Tonate's testimony is just the first step. After that, it's a matter of taking a look at any evidence that seems relevant. Remember that you'll open the court record when you go to present something. Find evidence that conflicts with the testimony. Present it. Let's see. The testimony is about when the bomb went off. So I think the state it was in at the time would be pretty important. Huh. Bomb that didn't look like a bomb because it was inside a stuffed animal. Huh. Yeah, and we got five mess-up attempts. You say disarm the bomb, but are you really sure it was disarmed? Absolutely, I can disarm anything. In a flash! That looks more like dismantle than disarm to me. Oh, pardon me. Oh, let's see. Is there any chance you could have forgotten to disarm the bomb? Impossible. I do not make rudimentary mistakes like that. They say to err is human. Although the jury is still out on this guy.
If you must know, Mr. Wright, according to the court's own records, the fact that the bomb had indeed been disarmed was officially confirmed.
I guess I can rule out that possibility that he forgot to disarm it. You talk about the bomb in a little bit more detail for the court, Mr. Tonate.
Certainly.
The name, yep.
Hold it!
What's the approximate size and weight of the bomb?
Dimensions: 10-inch height, 10-inch width, 10-inch depth, weight 12 pounds. This information is also written on the photograph.
Ah, yes, here it is on the back. According to this, the case is made out of alloy plating 5/16 of an inch thick. That certainly sounds like one thick and very heavy bit of metal.
I bet if I dropped that thing onto your foot, you'd be hopping. If you dropped that thing anywhere, I'd be hopping for the nearest exit.
Very well, I believe the court has heard enough about the bomb itself. So, Mr. Tony, you were keeping an eye on the bomb. Where were you watching from?
Suddenly became alarmed.
Hold it!
Why were we in the gallery? My duties may have been over for the moment, but I wanted to keep watch. Even though the bomb was disarmed, you can never be too careful. Explosive devices are very dangerous things.
Ah, how admirably responsible of you. A model to be emulated.
I practice disarming bombs every day. I practice assembling them too. You sure do, buddy. The disarming part I get, but assembling them? Well, I'll have you know that I practice presenting evidence every day myself. I see. But do you ever practice having evidence presented to you? Presented to me? What? No, And you cannot very well call yourself a professional yet, can you? Yeah, that does it. I'm gonna start practicing having evidence presented to me every day. You'd better drink some coffee, boss. We're gonna be pulling an all-nighter. I don't think that will be necessary. Or worth either of our time.
So, Mr. Tonate, what did you witness from the gallery?
I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down. Yeah, but it was inside a stuffed animal. How the fuck did you see that? Oh, sorry. There's the evidence. Yeah, but I want to press him first.
Hold it!
You saw it counting down clearly with your own eyes? I hardly think a timer as small as the one on this bomb could be seen from the gallery. These goggles help me see very small things very clearly from far away. I can even see what you had for breakfast by looking at your tie. Why do I suddenly feel like a buck under a magnifying glass? I guess it is possible he saw the timer if he was wearing those goggles. I'm not sure. There's something that just doesn't sit right with me. Huh? I don't think I follow. The bomb was completely hidden inside the stuffed animal. So well concealed, in fact, that it didn't even look like a bomb at all. So, you're trying to find testimony that conflicts with the evidence, right? That's right. Listening carefully to Mr. Tonade's testimony is just the first step. After that, it's a matter of taking a look at any evidence that seems relevant. Remember that you'll open the court record when you go to present something. Oh, and then this, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious we gotta present the stuffed animal bomb on the last statement.
Objection!
Opening objection! Having presented evidence during your first cross-examination, let's go! So, you saw the bomb's countdown, is that right? Of course, I clearly saw it counting down to 0. And I say that you are clearly lying. What are you talking about? There's no way you could have seen the bomb's timer. After all, the bomb was concealed inside a stuffed animal. Mr. Tonate, how could you claim to know the bomb was about to go off when you couldn't even see the timer? But that is that. What? No!
Well, it does seem like a glaring inconsistency indeed. Witness, how do you explain this?
Well, Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You found a contradiction right off the bat. Always remember, Athena, when you find an inconsistency in a witness testimony, there's always a reason behind it. It could be a lie, a hidden meaning, a secret. Whatever it is, it's up to you to dig it out. And putting out every contradiction you find is the best way to do it, right, boss? Now the question is, what can we dig out of Mr. Tonate? Well, let me see.
No, no, no. There must be some mistake. Oh, yes, yes, of course. I remember now. The sound! I knew because of the sound.
Sound? What sound?
When the timer of this type of bomb is switched on, it beeps softly. Beep, beep, beep. It is the sound of the bomb counting down.
A beeping noise, you say? I suppose it would be possible to notice that, even with the bomb inside the stuffed animal.
I simply made a mistake. My bad.
Objection!
How in the world did you hear such a tiny little sound from all the way in the gallery? Listening for the sound of a bomb's timer is an integral part of my work. I constantly undergo training so that I will never miss it. I don't really think training would help you hear something so soft from so far away. What now? Are you making light of the fine, silent science of disarming bombs? It is a solemn mission that I put my life on the line to perform. What kind of specialist would I be if I could not hear a bomb's timer? It's that like disassembling a toaster, you know? No, it's just showing off. You keep asserting that sound was too tiny to hear, but the only tiny thing here is your dick! Being mistrustful is not an attractive quality, you know? And you're just overflowing with attractive qualities, are you? Or perhaps you have some proof that Mr. Tony did not hear that sound? Well, no, but it still seems totally suspect. But it's gonna be really hard to prove that he didn't hear something.
If I have this correct, the prosecution's argument is that someone reactivated the bomb before it was brought into the courtroom. What I don't understand, Mr. Payne, is why you believe that person to be Miss Woods.
Yeah, it's simple, Your Honor. Mr. Tony happened to be there when it happened. He was there when the defendant rearmed the bomb.
What's this now?
It happened before the trial started. It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. We brought the bomb to the lobby for the defense. Bomb equals evidence. The lawyer wanted to see it before the start of the trial. Looking for a chance to get to the bomb. Miss Woods was already there in that lobby. Our goal was surely to rearm the bomb and steal the remote switch. The remote switch? Yeah, if the bomb was activated by a remote switch, there would not be, there wouldn't be a countdown to even hear. Yes, the switch that controls the bomb remotely. Duh. It has been missing ever since the incident. Timer bombs. Oh, it starts the bomb's countdown. Then why did the bomb say timer, countdown, or remote? Whatever. I am partially to blame. I left the bomb and remote on top of the transport case. Yeah, you're fucking. Even if you're not a murderer, you should still be like tried with like criminal negligence, at the least, you know. Fuck me, dude. And they were rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer. The defendant had then used the remote for inside the courtroom to start the timer.
Objection!
How can you assert to unequivocally that the bomb was rearmed in the lobby?
Objection!
The bomb was safely secured in the transport case. The only time it was outside the case was in that lobby. Therefore, that was the one and only opportunity anyone had to meddle with it. So, hold on. On top of the transfer case, they rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer. So wait, if the remote switch was stolen, then
You should have known, because if you took the bomb and the switch outside of the case in order to show it to Apollo, and then you put, like, if the switch was stolen, you would have noticed it wasn't there. Someone other than Mr. Tonate could have opened the case and taken the bomb out. Impossible. The transport case is assigned exclusively to me. Do you see this number here? That's my identification number. And I have the only key that can open the case. Bomb transfer case added to the court record. Nevertheless, Mr. Payne's assertion is nothing more than conjecture. Hold on, let's take a look at these, because this is... remotely down. It was stolen just before the blast. Or the bomb. Gotcha. You have no proof that it was Miss Woods who sold the remote switch. And by the same token, you have no proof it wasn't her. That's not how the law works! And what do I have is a piece of evidence that proves the defendant handled the bomb. The tail. Five minutes, 34 seconds, 2.3 deciseconds. The defense's advantage lasted a mere 5 minutes. Talk about a rotten hand. As long as they have her fingerprints as their trump card, what a big disadvantage.
It appears we'll have to hear from the defendant herself once more.
I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor. I'd like to recall Miss Woods to the stand.
I trust you have no objections, Mr. Wright.
I'm worried about her condition, but we do need her testimony. On the other hand, I'm not sure I want to make Athena mad. I can read your feelings, you know, boss. Guess there's no hiding from her, huh? Don't worry, I know we need her testimony. But if anybody picks on her again, I'll pay. Well, guess she's already at anger level 1. Don't worry, I'll stop the proceedings before I let anything bad happen to her. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. In that case, I will take my leave. But before I do, there's just one more thing, Mr. Wright, is it? Me? Yeah. Dismantling bombs is my job. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try. God, this guy's hiding something. I just know it. Now, if you will excuse me.
Bailiff, please go out to the lobby and bring back the defendant.
She's gonna end up ripping her hair out like Junie. Hi, Athena. She looks even worse off than before. Don't worry, Junie. We're here for you. Thanks, Athena. I'll do my best too.
You blew up the courtroom because you bear resentment against the courts, correct?
No, of course not.
What's that you say? I can barely hear you.
I haven't done anything wrong. The prosecutor's scary.
You're an impudent little girl. Stop acting innocent and tell the truth.
This is getting ugly.
You rearmed the bomb because you wanted to blow up the courthouse. Admit it. That's why you went to the lobby where Mr. Justice was. Is that right?
Mr. Wright, can I give that prosecutor a smack? What? Of course not. Do you have to review Court Manners 101 again? You can't let a creep that bullies innocent girls like that off so easy. I haven't forgotten about how he treated you. Don't worry about me, just help Junie. Her heart's crying out. She's so scared. So very scared. Looks like Athena's picking up something with her heightened sense of hearing. Ah, okay. It sounds like this time it's the voice of Miss Wood's heart. Okay, so is it actually just like super hearing, kind of like how Apollo has like his enhanced sight? Or is it like, or can she actually like sort of have like a slight mind reading thing?
Don't deny it, you stole the remote switch and you sit in the courtroom, did you not?
Objection!
Your Honor, please put a stop to this. Mr. Payne is badgering the defendant.
Yes, Miss Woods does seem quite frightened. Mr. Payne, I ask that you behave more like a gentleman.
Yeah, but don't you know, Your Honor? There is no more gentleman in this world than I.
As if a gentleman, or even a gentleman, would behave like he does. Don't let that rude ruffian win.
Nina! How dare you call a gentleman such as I a rude ruffian? I'll have you know I attend a manners class every Saturday. I'm more than just a mere gentleman. I'm a genteel man.
God, I love the Payne brothers. Not when you're terrorizing a young lady, you're not. I'll demand my money back from that manners class if I were you. Ah! I should probably be the adult here and stop the two of them. But...
Mr. Payne, that will be enough.
Certainly, Your Honor. No further questions. Let's move on to the defendant's testimony. Miss Woods, please share with the court what you were doing when the bomb went off.
Alright. When the bomb went off. Oh, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off. And rubble started falling. It fell on top of me. Oh. Junie's clearly in pain, being forced to recall the bombing like this. She can't even get her words out. This isn't gonna work. So what now? Hey, wait a minute. If she can't vocalize what she wants to say, we can listen to what's inside her heart. Yes, now's the perfect time to use Athena's power. Alright! You can hear it, can't you, Athena? The cries of Miss Wood's heart. Yes, and they sound incredibly strained. She's so scared. I think she could collapse at any second. Athena has a unique ability, you see. With her finely tuned sense of hearing, she can hear the words of a witness's heart. In essence, she can sense how a person's really feeling over the tone of their voice. Guess it's all up to Athena and her special ability now. Athena, I want you to use the analytical psychology you studied and listen to the testimony of Miss Wood's heart. Okay, boss. I'll give it a go. After all, this is the whole reason I put my effort, all that effort into studying analytical psychology. Off gets! Let's do this! Ooh! So your holographic thingamabob can show us how Miss Wood's feeling, right? In a nutshell, yeah. The emotions and images that I picked up on just now while listening to her testimony, I can enter all that into the widget. And use the mood matrix to analyze them. The mood markers here reflect fluctuations in Junie's mood. Happy, angry, surprised, sad. When she's feeling happy or is enjoying the memory, a happy marker will light up. When she's feeling angry or frustrated, the angry marker will react. When she feels sadness or is frightened by memory, the sad marker will blink. And when she feels surprised or confused, the surprised marker will let us know. Gotcha. So, with their special ability and Widget's Mood Matrix program, they can track how Miss Wood's feeling as she testifies. Talk about the wonders of technology. Yup, now let's give it a shot. I'm picking up some kind of discord or noise in June's heart. See here, this is what noise looks like in the Mood Matrix. It's a result of inconsistencies between her testimony and her feelings. If we can pinpoint these inconsistencies, the noise level should drop. Okay, so I'm listening to Miss Wood's true testimony. Well, that day, nothing registering. Watching from the gallery, The bomb went off. I mean, yeah, I'd imagine that would be a pretty shocking thing, you know? That seems like something. Yeah, that tracks. And rubble started falling. It fell on top of me. I think I have a good grasp on Junie's emotional state now. This power of Athena's is incredible. And I'm seeing an unexpected emotion that's inconsistent with the content of her testimony. What? Already? Yeah, she was happy when talking about... Look at this! When she says it fell on top of me, the happy marker's reacting. Well, look at that. That is odd. There must be a reason for this contradictory emotion. We just need to do some digging. When you find an unexpected emotion, first need to pinpoint it. And then select the unexpected emotion or reaction from the 4 moon markers of space. Gotcha. So pinpoint. And then...
Got it!
Waiter is registering joy when Miss Woods recalls the rubble falling on her. There must be a reason for this unexpected emotion. Miss Woods. As the rubble was falling, was there also something that made you feel happy? What? Mr. Wright, the feeling of happiness is spreading throughout Junie's heart. Keep going on this point, and I bet Junie will start to calm down. Great, let's hear what she has to say. Just as I was about to escape the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled. I tripped. And then rubble started falling on top of me. I really thought I was done for. But just then, Apollo came and rescued me. Apollo? He used his own body to shield me from the rubble. That would be where he got his injuries, I assume. That's when he sustained those injuries. How do you feel, Junie? Did talking about Apollo give you some courage? Heal. That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! Yes, Apollo is just like the sun, strong and bright and warm. His name is literally Apollo. Just talking about him makes me feel like a leaf undergoing photosynthesis. And see, your coughing stopped all of a sudden. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Fina. That's level 50%. Okay. Looks like we're gonna draw out some new testimony. Pretty neat, huh? But there's still some noise left. There must still be discord in Junie's heart. I guess I'll have to keep going then. Let me input new information and update the moon matrix, and we'll be good to go. You remember what to do, right? When I find an unexpected emotion, I should first pinpoint it, huh? That's right. And then you select it from the moon markers with space. If we can find the reason for the discord in her heart, then we should be able to draw even more new testimony out. Okay. Tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get away, the bomb went off. That makes sense. The rubble started falling on me. I thought I was done for. Apollo came and rescued me. Okay, and we're getting 3 emotions here. Hold on. Hold on, I need to blow my nose again. God, I hate having the flu. Oh, so that might be a bit too loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. Alright. So it's obviously here's the issue. Hold on. Hold on, let's see all the dialogue. I can sense some discord in Junie's heart when I listen to her voice. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. Okay, this is just the same thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's obviously the last one. Unexpected emotion. It's obviously not joy. I guess it could be Probably sad? Maybe, I mean, and I'm guessing she's sad because Apollo got hurt as a result of her tripping.
Got it.
You were happy when Mr. Justice rescued you, weren't you? Yes, I was really happy. But there was also something you felt sad about at the same time? Sad? The reason I ask is, when you were describing how you were rescued, we sensed a little sadness, too. Oh, I think it's probably because of Bumrap Riney. Bumrap Riney? Oh, what do you know? Something new. That's right. I brought my stuffed animal, Bumrap Riney, to watch the trial with me. Bumrap Riney and Phony Fanty are brothers. Who knew the legal world could inspire a whole line of merchandise? Hey, you want to go to Gatewater Land and see the fucking the Badger family Phoenix? If you don't have fucking nightmares from seeing the Badger's conception? I had Bumrap Riney with me while I was watching the trial. So, okay, so then this clears everything up, right? Ted Tenate, stole her stuffed animal, cut off its tail, then blew up the bomb in the other stuffed animal, and left the tail behind of the rhino animal, which then, obviously, Woods had... obviously the fingerprints are on the tail because the tail belonged to her stuffed animal, not to the stuffed animal that was in the bomb, and so he stole it from her and then planted it there to frame her. Pretty straightforward. But it wasn't until Apollo saved me that I realized I'd lost him as I was running away. My poor Riney, a victim of that terrible bomb. Oh, I know. You can see what he looks like in this poster. No more bum raps. It's for the campaign to eradicate false evidence and false charges. Phony Fanty and bum rap Riney, huh? Nothing against the campaign. Why an elephant and a rhinoceros? It's right. I don't sense any discord in Judy's heart anymore. Nice. So I guess that means we managed to draw out all her testimony. That's right. I'll just make an update with the new info and we'll have the whole picture. So, do you think your new testimony will help? Absolutely. I don't know what I would have done without you, Athena. So, Bum Rep Riney was in the courtroom when the bomb went off. Now that we know that, it changes the meaning of another piece of evidence. All I have to do is present it at the right statement. Alright, let's go! Gallery with Bum Rap Riney. I had to run, but I was too slow. And we can't press here, interestingly. I guess mood analysis takes the same, you know, has the same function as pressing, so that makes sense. Before I could get out of the courtroom, the bomb went off. This just started like tripped and then rubble started falling. I thought I was done for. But then Apollo came and rescued me. That's Junie's complete testimony. Not bad, huh, Mr. Wright? I should focus on the new statements Miss Woods made. The existence of Bum Rap Riney should turn things around in our favor. It changes the meaning of a certain piece of evidence we already have. All I have to do is present it at the right statement. Yep. The tail.
Objection!
Miss Woods, I know this trial has been very hard for you, but you can relax now. You are, without a doubt, innocent.
Mr. Wright, what a wild assertion are you making now?
I need water. My wild assertion is simply this. Two stuffed animals were mixed up. The tail of the defendant's fingerprints were found on the... wasn't that a phony Fanty? It was the tale of her gallery companion, Bum Rap Riney. Leave it to the Ace Attorney room for a fucking terrorist attack case to be resolved by using a fucking stuffed animal. God, I love how unhinged this series is.
Objection!
What nonsense is that? I can see they're both stuffed animals, yes, but they're completely different characters. An elephant and a rhino. They're as distinct as a defense lawyer and a prosecutor.
But are they really so different? Both defense lawyers and prosecutors strive to protect the peace through law. Even elephants and rhinos have some similar characteristics. They're both gray, for example. Anyway, this poster is all I need to prove my assertion to be true. If I may direct the court's attention here, you clearly see how the two got mixed up. The tail.
Take that!
Well, would you look at that? The two tails are exactly the same.
Yes, exactly. The two stuffed animals are based on entirely different animals. The design of their tails is exactly the same. Oh my god, his hair!
Order in the court. As long as the possibility exists that the tail belongs to Bum Rap Riney, we can no longer consider it to be the decisive proof that the defendant handled the bomb. As things stand, I consider the charges against the accused unsubstantiated. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Payne?
No, yes? Of course, Your Honor.
Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You turned things right around. Yeah, not over yet, but at least we managed to hold out this long.
I believe that brings our proceedings for today to a close. Mr. Payne, I'm afraid you have some serious investigating ahead of you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Court is adjourned.
Wait, are we actually gonna have a multi-day trial for our first trial? That's new. December 17, 11:56 a.m. District Court, lobby number 5. That was so exciting, boss. We did it. True to form, you managed to just barely pull it out at the last moment. True to form? Gee, I never knew you had such a glowing opinion of me. Thank you for everything you're doing. You did great, Miss Woods. You really stuck it out. And you got really brave at the end. That's when we needed you the most, Junie. Thanks to you, we were able to turn things around. Well, you were the one who gave me that courage, Thena. Really? Thanks. So to be honest, was I any help at all? Of course. Without you, we would have never gotten out of that tight spot. Oh, that's good to hear. I may still have a lot to learn. You can bet I'm going to give it my all. I'll be so good that one day you'll call me your partner. That's what I like to hear. Analytical psychology, the ability to solve the riddles of a person's heart. Dina's true potential is beginning to really shine through now. Hey, where's Apollo anyways? Huh? Good question. I almost forgot about him. I assumed he'd still be here in the lobby. Oh, I know. Maybe he's still in courtroom number 4. Courtroom number 4? What would he be doing in that scene of the explosion? When I came out of the lobby to rest, I told Apollo about Bum Rap Riney. I told him I dropped right in the courtroom. I was trying to escape before the blast. And then Apollo said he had an idea where Riney might be. So we went to take a look together. Huh, I guess Apollo can be pretty nice when he wants to be. That's why he's the GOAT! So, you went looking for Riney together before you were called back into courtroom number 5. Yes, I had some time to rest, so I was able to go and look for him. But then they called me into courtroom number 5 to testify. Apollo insisted on staying there, though. All those injuries? I wonder how he's managing. Or we just get there and he's fucking dead. What a way to end the Apollo Justice trilogy. I think Apollo might have figured something out. I wonder what it was. He told me I'm gonna look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Just maybe he found some new piece of evidence? Anyway, we better go and get him. Good idea. Let's see what my boy has got.
Where are you, Apollo? Trial's over for today. Come on, I know you're. No.
Bro! Wait, no! Someone attacked my boy? Wait, no, I was joking! I was joking! No, wait, no, I take it back! I take it back! Sure. Well, that's certainly a hell of a way to start a game. I imagine if you're playing through the trilogy for the first time as part of the Apollo Justice trilogy, this, like, if Apollo just gets killed immediately into the second game after you spent like a whole game getting to know him and shit, that would be very funny. This isn't exactly how I envisioned the second day of this trial to start. But given how things ended yesterday... Good morning. The mood sure is tense. Not that that's any surprise. So I'm guessing he did find something, and so then, the bomb guy just BAP! Which I imagine is the same thing he did to, to Candace. Now, I'm pretty sure Apollo's not dead, considering I feel like the game would be making a bigger deal out of it if he was. So I guess Apollo's just too fucking hard-headed for that shit. Oh, hey! Did you read the paper this morning, boss? Huh? The paper? It came out of left field. You didn't read it? Then you don't know the big news. Somebody spotted an abominable snowman way up in the mountains. Tell me you know the difference between a paper and a tabloid, Athena. Might show up in the forest where you live, Junie. Okay, Athena. Was the person who wrote that article, by any chance, a woman by the name of Lotta Hart? Because if it was, cast it into the fire and destroy it. So you better watch out, okay? Really should read the story for yourself. I couldn't even begin to do it justice. Justice? Huh? Oh, poor Apollo. And it's all my fault. Did I? Oh, Junie, what was I thinking? I'm so sorry. What we found yesterday was not Apollo's dead body, thank goodness. He'd been assaulted by someone with a blow to his head and was lying unconscious. We rushed him to the hospital right away, and it looks like he's gonna pull through. My man is going through it right now. Holy shit! First he got like crushed under rubble, and now he got like almost like someone tried to murder him with a fucking rock. What the hell? It was still quite a shock to stumble onto a scene like that. Is Miss Woods all right, Athena? Well, I managed to get her to stop crying. Now she's resting on that sofa over there. Guess she really feels responsible for what happened to Apollo. Poor Junie. She believes the reason Apollo was attacked is because he was helping her look for something in that courtroom. Oh? I guess I can see why she'd think that. By the way, how are you doing? Me? Yeah, you. I know you're concerned about Miss Woods, but are you alright? Me? I'm doing fine, boss. I mean, yeah, it was a huge shock, but I'm alright. People who study analytical psychology are great at times like these. After all, they've learned how to control their own emotions too. Somehow, I don't think it's as easy as she makes it sound. Yeah, considering she had a fucking PTSD attack in the middle of the in the middle of the case, in the middle of the trial yesterday, and we had, Phoenix had to step in to save her. But there's no denying she's a real trooper. Apollo doesn't remember a thing, does he? Yeah, he can't recall anything from the time right before he was assaulted. Nothing about what he was doing in the courtroom number 4 or who assaulted him. The doctor said it's probably due to the hit he took to the head. Assaulted in a court of law and losing your memory at that. I know that. I know how that feels. Yeah. But who in the world would do such a thing, huh, Mr. Wright? Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on the coward who hurt our Apollo. Now, Athena. I thought you said you were in control of your emotions. Let's just focus on helping out Miss Woods, okay? But I admit I'm just as upset as you. Okay, boss, you're right. Apollo's assailant can wait until after we clear Junie's name. I'm pretty sure they're one and the same. That's the spirit. Now, let's see. I better check the court record one more time before the trial starts. I mean, I think it's everything here we've looked at already. I guess the only new profiles we've gotten are... Apollo's is updated. Thankfully, he's still in hospital. Young rookie lawyer at our agency, still Sir Klein's friend. Your brother of another prosecutor I know. This one lacks presence too. Alright, because every time Winston is like, he lacks presence. At least especially he's in charge of handling them all. So interestingly, the profiles are different now that we're playing as Phoenix. Mr. Wright, I'm ready whenever you are. Alright, let's get ready to rumble. You bet. Everything that happened with Apollo, I had enough time for a proper investigation. That is true, so that does explain why. So yeah, we have a multi-day trial, but we don't actually get to investigate until the second case. So that's still the same as all the other games, which makes sense. I can't let that stop me, though. I have to get this right, for Miss Wood's sake and Apollo's too. September 18, 9:50 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 5.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready, Your Honor.
Now then, I believe I instructed the prosecution to further their investigation. Were you able to locate the remote switch in question?
I'm afraid the remote switch is still missing, Your Honor.
I must say I'm disappointed, Mr. Payne. Not angry, just disappointed.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Looks like the prosecution is just as unprepared as I am.
There's a separate matter, however, that I would like to bring up during this trial.
A separate matter, you say? And what might that be?
I assume you're aware that another incident occurred during yesterday's trial. I'm speaking, of course, of the assault on Mr. Justice in the ruins of courtroom number 4.
Uh-oh, why is he bringing that up?
Yes, what a truly harrowing experience it must have been. Poor Mr. Justice.
At the time of the attack, Mr. Justice was not alone. He was with the defendant, Miss Juniper Woods.
isn't going where I think he's going with this, is he? Yeah, I saw this coming.
The prosecution wishes to indict Miss Woods on the charge of Mr. Justice's assault.
Order, order in the court. Mr. Payne, the incident under deliberation is the courtroom bombing. The assault of Mr. Justice has nothing to do with this trial.
But I believe there is a connection between this case and Mr. Justice's assault. Please take a moment to consider these facts. Both events occurred in courtroom number 4. This is the location of the courtroom number 4 where the unconscious Mr. Justice was discovered. As you can see, it's quite close to where Detective Arm's body was found. The question is, why did the culprit feel the need to maliciously attack Mr. Justice?
Well, because he was probably about to find some important evidence. Interesting.
Why indeed? What do you believe their motive to be, Mr. Payne?
I believe Mr. Justice found something in that courtroom and Miss Woods was with him. Evidence that fingered her as the perpetrator of the bombing.
You mean he found some incriminating evidence?
Precisely. And so I surmise that the defendant picked up a piece of rubble and hit Mr. Justice on the back of the head in order to silence him.
Janie would never do such a thing. She was devastated when he found Apollo was hurt like that.
Miss Sykes, please control your outbursts.
Ahem. It is the prosecution's belief that deliberating on Mr. Justice's assault, he will draw ever closer to the truth of the courtroom bombing itself.
Oh, we will, just not in the way you expect.
Very well. Miss Woods is hereby officially indicted on the charge of assaulting Mr. Justice.
But what are you listening to Mr. Toupee over there? Oh, well, considering our conversation yesterday. I think Apollo might have figured something out. Wonder what it was. He told me, I'm gonna look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Maybe the two incidents really are related after all.
I would like to start by hearing from the defendant herself.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Miss Woods to the witness stand.
I'm sorry. I can't seem to stop.
Miss Woods. Guess she's still really upset about Apollo.
Miss Woods, you went to the ruins of courtroom number 4 with Mr. Justice, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Good, good. If you would, then please testify about what happened to the court.
Alone with Apollo. During the trial yesterday, I was overcome with a bit of a fit of coughing. Apollo stayed with me and we went to the courtroom rooms together. But then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in courtroom number 4. I swear I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person?
So, Mr. Justice stayed by your side while you were feeling unwell. What an admirable young man. I thought his loud voice was his only outstanding feature.
He may look like a little imp at times, but Apollo can be really nice too. I hope she didn't hurt her wrist backhanding that one out.
But one has to wonder, why did Mr. Justice stay behind in the ruins?
I think Apollo might have figured out something.
Something? What kind of something?
Something to do with the courtroom bombing kind of something. I think.
Oh ho! New evidence for the case, was it? That's a very big kind of something indeed.
It would be, if someone didn't bash him over the top of the head to steal it. I believe so. He mentioned looking for some evidence when I was called away.
Just as I thought, there is a connection between the two incidents. But the defendant was told a very big lie, Your Honor.
What lie is that?
When she learned Mr. Justice would be looking for evidence, she attacked him. She attacked him to give herself a chance to destroy the evidence. No, I never.
Objection!
Miss Woods repaid Mr. Justice's kindness with violence. We found the proof of her foul deeds here, in the courtroom ruins. What on earth?
Yeah, that could very easily be faked.
You see it? There in front of Mr. Justice's right hand. Witness the message he left us.
It's written in blood. WOODS. Why isn't that?
That's right, Your Honor. It says Woods in capital letters. What? I submit that Mr. Justice left us with the name of his attacker before he fainted.
Saw photo added to the court record. Oh, that can't be true. Um. Could this be a 11037 situation? Maybe? And something else was actually written originally? Because, yeah, hold on. There's a little bit of blood here right outside. There's clearly another thing here. But what could this be? What other numbers do we have? We have the serial number of the bomb, HH3000. Work. We also have... Oh yeah, no, that's it. That's Ted Tonate's number. That's exactly what that is. The L. This is the L, right? Because it's L10015R. So we have L10015, and then this is the R. So in order to just manipulate this, what Tonate needed to do was just add this line here to make L1 look like a W, this line here to make the 1 look like a D, and then maybe scrub the R, and then you have Woods. There you go. All right, my goat Apollo did actually leave behind the name of the killer. Let's fucking go.
Mr. Wright, the nerve of him leaving that message. Why would he do this? Hey, don't take it out on me. I don't understand it any more than you do.
We discovered Apollo yesterday. Apollo?
No.
We didn't even have a chance to rush over to him. As soon as security heard Athena scream, they ran in and cordoned off the area. After that, they were in the courtroom number 4 with Apollo the whole time. We couldn't investigate anything ourselves. Had to leave everything to the police. Still, I never thought they would find some bloody writing there.
Now then, please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
No need. Well, I've already figured out what the message really is. Alone with Apollo.
Hold it!
Do you always cough when you get nervous, Miss Woods?
Yes.
Mr. Wright, please do not make Miss Woods not nervous by pressing her so ruthlessly.
I think I can actually move our camera a little bit down if I make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, I think that'll be. I think that'll be good. That barely even qualified as a quasi question. Let's help her relax a little small talk before we dive into the cross-examination. You know, ask her about her hobbies, her crushes and stuff. Her crushes? Really? I don't know about this. Well, stayed with me and we went to the courtroom ruins together. I'm pretty sure her crush is Apollo right now.
Hold it!
Why exactly did you go to the courtroom ruins? You went to look for my medicine that stopped my coughing. Your medicine? Why would your medicine be in courtroom number 4? I dropped it in the heat of the moment. Remember Briny? He was keeping my medicine safe for me. There's a little compartment that I can put things in, you see? Which is where the bomb was on, Phony Fanny. And Phony Fanty has the same type of pocket. That's where the bomb was inserted. I put my medicine for my coughing fits inside Bum Rat Briny. When I told Apollo about it, he said he'd help me go look for him. There was so much trouble in there. I was worried, but there's no rubble or anything in front of the witness stand. So when we got inside, Apollo went straight there and started looking for my Briny in that area. It's so nice of him to do that for me, in spite of all his injuries. Apollo is so strong and kind, I just like the trees in the forest. The way she makes him sound, you'd think Apollo is some kind of ancient god. Well, with a name like that? Oh, wait. Yeah.
Ah, so that's why you went to the ruins. I see. That seems to be quite an important fact. Please add it to your testimony, Miss Woods.
Apollo started looking for Bum Rat Briny near the witness stand where there was no rubble.
Hold it!
The area around the witness stand. You sure about that? I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Oh no, of course not. I was just testing my hearing. Must not upset her. Must not upset her. Yes, I'm sure that's where we searched first. Called back to this courtroom and to give the testimony.
Hold it!
That was when you were called to the stand after Mr. Tonate's testimony, right? Yes! The bailiff came to the courtroom number 4 and brought me back to this courtroom. Wait! Then that's it, right? Then the bailiff must have seen you with Apollo there, and he wasn't fucked by that point. So then the bailiff can just testify to the fact that when he went to fetch you, Apollo was still hadn't been knocked out yet, which means Apollo must have been knocked out after you were called in to testify, which means she couldn't have done it, and of course Ted, who had just left the courtroom, is the prime suspect. And what about Mr. Justice? Did he come with you or did he stay behind? Apollo insisted on staying behind in the courtroom number 4.
Hold it!
I better not ask her about Apollo. I know, I'll use a small talk here to get her to relax a bit. Do you have any hobbies, Miss Woods? Hobbies? Oh, well, I love growing vegetables in my garden. And I love to knit. I like sewing too. I made this outfit myself. Keep it up, Mr. Wright. It's working. Now ask her if she has a crush on anyone. Is there anyone in particular that you like right now?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, is that question even remotely related to the case?
You know what? For once in their life, one of the Payne brothers has actually made a relevant objection. It's incredible stuff. In this case, not really.
Mr. Wright, you will refrain from asking questions unrelated to the case at hand.
Sorry, Your Honor. -1 to brownie points.
Miss Woods, please continue your testimony. I believe you're telling the court about your attack on Mr. Justice.
So I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person?
Hold it!
So, you think Mr. Justice is kind?
Yes, very kind. He rescued me. He's like the sun, strong and warm. He makes me feel strong too.
The only adjectives I associate with the sun are sweltering and oppressive.
But then Apollo got hurt and it's all my fault. Junie, Apollo's gonna be fine. Just like the sun, right? Well, the sun doesn't just drop out of the sky. Really think he'll be fine? The sun goes down at night. And that means Apollo could...
Mr. Payne, I do not think much of men who make young ladies cry.
Ah! So Apollo was trying to help Juniper. Who knew that Apollo could be such a sweetheart?
That must have been pretty hard on him too, with all that rubble everywhere.
Now that I think about it, there's something odd about what Apollo was able to do.
You know, considering what Miss Woods said just now, I think you're right. That courtroom was in a very unusual state, after all. Which leaves a million-dollar question that would explain this contradiction. Anyway, let's see what happens when I present what I suspect is our answer. Witness stand where there was no rubble. Yeah. And then this is that. Yeah, okay. I mean, I failed to see what the contradiction is here. Hold on. I was overcome with a fit of coughing, that's fine. Paula stayed with me and we went to the courtroom ruins together. That's fine. Apollo started looking for Bumrap Riney near the witness stand where there was no rubble. Let's go to the courtroom to get my testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind.
Hold it!
They were on the witness stand. Are you sure about that? I mean, that's clearly got to be the one, right? What Apollo was able to do. The crime report. Bomb, tail, the switch. Something that he was able to do. Fuck, I'm not sure here. I imagine it has to be either the, either the courtroom floor diagram, but I don't see how that contradicts that. And then the assault photo. I mean, it's gotta be one of them, but I'm not sure which one. I guess I'll try the diagram, maybe?
Objection!
So he started to search for the witness stand, you say?
That's right. I guess maybe he wanted to start from the furthest point in the room. He was being so brave. And strong.
But that's odd. In the circumstances, he shouldn't have been capable of that.
But he was, and he still is. You might not look it, but he really is brave. And kind too.
I'm really not following what you're saying, Phoenix. No, that's not the part I'm finding fault with. Someone has a crush on Apollo. What you're claiming is something that no one should have been able to do.
But I should think that anyone can be brave and kind if they wanted to be, Mr. Right.
True, anyone can be brave and kind. You would please take a look at this diagram. From this state, how is it possible to walk up to the witness stand? Well, this is the witness stand. He's here. This is around the witness stand. This whole area is around the witness stand. Oh.
I see your point. The rubble blocks off access to the area around them.
Okay, are we just defining the area around the witness stand as being this tiny fucking area? Because that seems very specific. I feel like there are better ways to go about this. Like the fact that the bailiff literally saw the two of them with Apollo still alive. I guess he is still alive now, but you know what I mean.
Does such a tiny inconsistency even matter? Perhaps the witness is simply misremembering it.
Great, now I'm not so sure it matters.
A real man doesn't make mountains out of molehills, you know?
But that's precisely what Mr. Right does best.
I can slander, Your Honor.
So, was it really impossible to approach the witness stand? I have to say, it's a bit hard to tell with any accuracy from just this diagram. Mr. Payne, do you have any other photos of the crime scene?
Yeah, let me see, Your Honor. Ah, yes. I have one more.
Yeah, he could literally have just... This is the area around the witness stand. He could have just walked over here and just stood here. What is this train of logic? I mean, yeah, obviously, the big point here is that, this is the R from 5R, and then, I guess, instead of actually scrubbing away that part, the, Tonate just stole a piece of the, just stole the ground where it was written on. Wallace assault photo updated. Huh? What's that hunk of metal on wheels? Mr. Payne, is a metallic object in the photo Mr. Toad's bomb transport case?
That's right. Is there some problem?
Ah, yes, that transport case was there in courtroom number 4 when the bomb went off. It must have been there ever since.
Oh, that's it. Miss Woods, have you remembered something? Yes, I just realized. Its position. It's different from before. Its position? The position of what? Position of that big metal thing. The bomb transport case? Yes, when Apollo and I went there, it was in a different place. Where the case was in the photo was open space. So it's easy to reach the stand. It's still easy to reach the stand. You can just go around it. I see. So where was the transport case when you and Mr. Justice saw it? As I recall, I think it was more to the right. To the right? Then that means, in that case, the case was over there at the time of Apollo's attack, huh?
Who cares where the transport case was when? What difference does it make?
Well, if the transport case was over the writing, then he couldn't have written that. Even though he did write that.
It has nothing at all to do with...
Where the transport case was has everything to do with this discussion. Well, actually it doesn't, because Apollo did in fact write that. In fact, it's so important that it's enough to turn the prosecution's argument on its ear.
What?
Well, that certainly sounds very relevant indeed. And you sound as though you know where the case was at the time of the attack.
Yes, Your Honor. The diagram represents the crime scene as shown in the photo. And this is where the transport case was at the time of the assault on Mr. Justice. Alright, I have this. The bomb transfer case was here at the time of Apollo's attack. Right there. Your Honor, I assert that this is where the transport case was at the time of the assault.
But that's...
Inconceivable!
Miss Woods, Was this where the transport case was when you saw it? Yes, that's where it was. Thank you, Miss Woods. I'm sure the court has noted an interesting fact about this position.
The transport case covers up the writing in blood.
Exactly. If the transport case was in that position at the time of the assault, then no message could have been written there because the case was in the way. Which leads us to conclude that Mr. Justice couldn't have left the bloody writing.
Why should we believe the defendant's claim that the case was in a different position? She's obviously lying.
Objection!
The fact that the case was moved after the assault on Mr. Justice is proved by more than Miss Wood's testimony alone.
What? Where is this proof you're talking about?
It's right here in the crime photo.
I'm keen to see this proof myself, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, the tire tracks. This was moved after the assault.
Take that!
Because the tire tracks go over his bandages. Please take a look at the mark that runs over Mr. Justice's bandages here.
I see it. But what is it?
This mark was made by one of the casters from the transport case carrying the bomb. The case was moved, it ran over his bandages. That still doesn't make sense because we know for a fact that because like this, right, L10015R is Tonate's ID number, right? So we know for a fact that Apollo wrote this because this was him basically like saying Tonate is the one who did it. Of course, then Tonate simply added a couple of lines and removed the R to make it look like it said Woods, right? But so it's very clear that Apollo wrote it because it's like meant to incriminate Ted. But if the cart was moved after Apollo had already been knocked out, then he couldn't have written it, but he clearly wrote it. Hello? What is going on here? And after Mr. Justice was assaulted, the transport case was moved. What? Just as Miss Woods said, the case was covering the writing at the time of the assault. Therefore, it's impossible for Mr. Justice to have left the message in blood. And yet he somehow did. No! But I mean, yeah, it is a good, it's a good angle of argument, I'll give him that. You did it, boss. That's a real nail-biter, but you pulled it off. Yep, that should bring down the prosecution's claim like a house of cards.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, that was a very clever deduction.
Ah, there's nothing, Your Honor. Nothing but pure genius. Take that! Boss, I'm sensing a definite smug and braggy vibe coming off of you.
I have just one question, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If Mr. Justice didn't leave this message in blood, then who did?
Huh? What? Oh! Well... Looks like I should have taken that train of thought through to the last station.
Well, well, well. I've heard a lot about this. So this is Mr. Wright's famous bluffing technique, is it?
This feeling, it brings back memories of the old days. Back when you carved out a name for yourself by bluffing your way through thick or thin.
Gee, Mr. Wright, the judge kind of makes you sound no better than a two-bit con man.
You made your arguments with such confidence, Mr. Wright. Now I'd like to hear your answer with just as much confidence.
Hey, until the judge asked the question, you didn't catch on either, Buster. Better now, boss.
I hope you didn't bluff your way into a corner.
Think, Phoenix, think there must be a way through this. Stick my way to the truth somehow. Who could have written that message in blood? Well, the obvious answer is that the culprit wrote it, right? But at the same time, we know that it was Apollo who wrote it because he did, you know? Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. The fucking flu, man. The fucking flu. I mean, I'm tempted to... So it's either Apollo or the culprit. The culprit is the one that makes the most sense with the train of logic that we're going through right now. But Apollo is the one who actually wrote it. But if Apollo wrote it, then... Okay. Apollo wrote the message, but the message was written after Apollo was knocked out. How does that work? Because the killer wouldn't have written his own name, because the message clearly writes out Tonate's name. That is undeniable fact. Apollo writing the message makes sense because he would be incriminating Tonate, but then... Treadmark. Why do they do two pictures with different levels of zoom here? I'm trying to figure this out. How does this... Oh! Sarandon! I'm sorry I didn't see your messages earlier. For some reason the chat that I was looking at wasn't updating. I just noticed you. I'm sorry about that. I hate everything about this case. I think it's the worst tutorial case of the series. Well, that's certainly a take. I guess we shall see. How do we reconcile these two pieces of evidence? They just seem contradictory. I mean, I guess after Apollo was knocked out, there was a space of time before he actually fully passed out, because obviously there needed to be some time for him to actually write out the name. I suppose he could have pushed the card out of the way so that he could write the name? That's the only answer that I can think of, in which case... I mean, I'm pretty sure the right answer here is the culprit, but I'm just gonna say Apollo because that's the right answer. The person who wrote the bloody message was none other than Mr. Justice.
Pardon me?
What? Huh? Mr. Wright, didn't you just finish saying that he couldn't have been Apollo? I don't know what I'm saying, Athena. Don't try to blame it on old age. Oh yeah. I did just say that, didn't I? Not only does your head resemble a bird, but it seems you have a bird brain as well.
Mr. Wright, please try to think before you speak.
I'd better give that another try. Alright, I guess we're just lying. He was already on the ground when the cart was moved since it was run over the... Yeah, exactly! But at the same time, this is the... But at the same time, we know it wasn't written by the culprit because the culprit wouldn't write his own fucking ID number. You know? The culprit couldn't have written this. So it has to be someone else because the culprit certainly couldn't have written it. If it wasn't Apollo, who could have left the message? No one! That's the thing! No one! The culprit wrote Woods and then Apollo wasn't fully conscious, finished to the ID number? If that is what happens, that might actually be the worst piece of logic in any Ace Attorney trial. That might beat the bridge to the turnabout for worst plot holes in the series. Because right now the evidence seems to like fully contradict itself in like multiple ways. Yeah, I mean, this is clearly not it, so... I don't know, fuck it. It was Pain.
The person left the bloody message. What do you base this claim on?
Do I really need to make my claim on something? Boss!
Of course you do. Don't tell me you don't have anything at all to back up your assertion.
Nothing in particular, really.
That won't do, Mr. Wright. But a penalty will make up for your deficiency very nicely.
Okay, I guess it's gotta be the fucking culprit. The Polar's attacker. Think about who was at the crime scene. Only one other person who it could really be. Oh yeah. Isn't there another person who shed blood at the crime scene? Wait, no, wait, this might actually be being even dumber than I could have ever foreseen. It was...
Take that!
Okay, hold on. So, let's... So you're telling me, after the explosion, Toadate attacked Candace, she wrote his ID number instead of his name for some reason? Then Ted covered it up by moving the cart over the name? And then no one investigated the courtroom like when they investigated the courtroom and found the elephant / rhino tail, no one thought to just move the cart? And then after Apollo got knocked out, the killer had the genius realization that if he just moved the cart out of the way, he could rewrite his own name as to be Woods? Or did he rewrite the name to be Woods back when Candace had written it because he had because he was planning on framing Woods the whole time? And he was expecting them to find the name under the card, but somehow they didn't find it. So after he knocked out Apollo, he made sure to push the cart out of the way so that this time the idiots would find the bloody message? Oh no. No. I honestly... This is... I wasn't kidding when I said this is the worst tutorial case. Worst tutorial case? This might be the worst case in the series. I'm not even joking. This is recipe to the turnabout level. If this turns out, if either of those predictions that I just gave turn out to be true, this is recipe to the recipe for turnabout level. But I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Besides Apollo, there's one more person who shed blood at this crime scene.
A person who shed blood? You don't mean...
Oh, but I do. I believe it was Candace Arm who left behind this message in blood.
What?
Three is far better than this trash. 3-3 is the most painful case in this entire series. I don't actually think this is worse than Recipe. I still think Recipe for Turnabout is worse than this, mind you. So are you sure you know what you're doing here? At least this case is an interesting narrative. like the problem with Recipe for Turnabout is that it has terrible plot holes, but it's also just narratively like a bad case. Like, I just have no investment in the case whatsoever. At least here we have shit like, you know, Apollo and stuff, like, and like a bombing in a courtroom. That's cool. Like, there's actual stuff in the narrative to this case that I like. It's just the actual underlying logic is not there. Not really?
What kind of ridiculous assertion is that? If you had said the attacker left a message to throw people off, it might have made sense.
At first glance, that would seem to be the most reasonable explanation. However, Apollo didn't shed enough blood to write such an extensive message.
Ow!
Ah, I see! Even the photo makes it clear there wasn't enough blood to write all those letters. And Mr. Justice did survive. I suppose he didn't bleed very extensively in that case.
But why would Detective Arm write the defendant's name?
I mean, I guess that piece of logic is pretty sound, I'll give it that.
There's no connection between the two whatsoever.
And I didn't even know the lady who was killed.
I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant. They had never even met each other.
That's very true. Well then, let's see. And maybe the intended meaning of the message is not what it appears to be?
The intended meaning?
Not what it appears to be. Maybe the message was not intended to be Woods? Okay, Phoenix, let him cook.
Coming from you, that's quite the bold statement, Mr. Wright. You wish to assert that this bloody writing could have had some other meaning.
Yes, Your Honor. Huh. There's something I pulled out of a wormhole. It could turn out to be true, right?
It clearly says Woods, as anyone can plainly see. What other meaning could it possibly have?
Hey, honey, how's it going? But Candace Arm was a detective. Maybe Woods only means something to the police. Like a police scanner code, for example. It's a police ID number.
I didn't think of that.
You may have tricked His Honor, but you'll never get the best of me. I have a thing for studying on the weekends, as you may have already guessed. And there is no such radio code as Woods in this state, dear Mr. Wright.
You just delete 2 lines. Is that a fact? Don't look at me. I know as much as you do about police codes.
Enough of this. I was quite taken with the defense's new theory. But if they can't substantiate it with anything, I must end things here.
No, please wait, Your Honor.
Very well, before we discuss this theory any further, I demand a plausible explanation. So, Mr. Wright, what is the true meaning of the bloody writing?
Well, I believe it is.
And no stalling! If you can come up with an answer quickly, I will declare this discussion officially over.
Speedrunning P5R so I can get my last 3 trophies on PS5. Sounds fun. I'm in trouble now. What other meaning could it have besides the obvious one? Maybe it means something in another language? Maybe it's a code. Thank Phoenix. You can do this.
Piece of evidence. Tell us what Woods really means.
The transport case. Yeah, this is what it actually is.
Take that!
The bomb transport case. I've about had it with your shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Take a good look at the numbers on this case, Your Honor. L10015R. Doesn't this string look vaguely familiar?
L10. What does that code have to do with anything?
I miss Hobo Phoenix. Hobo Phoenix had drip. That is true. Ha! What could those numbers possibly have to do with their case at hand? Also, he also happened to be in arguably the best Ace Attorney game. Now, please, take a look at the bloody writing shown in the crime photo. Oh, I think I see it. That a girl. That's one on my side.
It says Woods.
Or you could say it's a horse of a different color, Your Honor. The first character isn't a W, it's actually an L and a 1. The next two are zeros.
Oh my goodness!
The true meaning behind this bloody writing isn't Miss Wood's name, it's the number engraved on this bomb transport case. Forced to go through the Kamoshida arc once more? I mean, Kamoshida arc is legitimately a really strong start for the game. Are you planning to finish Banner Saga? Maybe in the future. I feel like I definitely did not give that game a fair shake. If I do play it, I will restart it from the beginning at a lower difficulty level because, you know, I kind of forgot that my thing of like playing games on highest difficulty doesn't actually work for turn-based strategy games like XCOM and shit and Banner Saga for obvious fucking reasons. So I definitely want to go back and play it from the start and give it a fair shake. At some point, we just kind of have a lot on our plates right now with well, with this just coming out and then Persona 3 Reload coming out on Friday. Yes, I fucking love Apollo Justice. I think it's definitely my favorite Ace Attorney game is either Apollo Justice or Miles Edgeworth Investigations. I haven't played the second one, so the first one. But I suppose we'll see. Very hard, story is rewarding. Yeah, playing it on hardest difficulty I don't think was the smartest idea, especially with a game where like your failures carry over and like stack on top of each other, you know? Like, it's not the type of game where you just, like, when you fail at something, you just retry it until you succeed, and then you're good. And then you move on to the next thing that you fail over and over again until you retry. That's when I like a high difficulty game. But, like, when it's the type of thing where, like, oh, you fail? Well, too bad. Now your failure carries over for the entire campaign, sucker. Like, yeah, okay, at that point, maybe playing on highest difficulty for my first playthrough was a bad idea. It is, but not good for my mental health. Yeah, it is a very disturbing arc, but that's obviously what makes it so good. The next part doesn't make any sense. The next number is 1, but the bloody writing says D.
Objection!
Like FFT with permadeath. Justice for All and Apollo Justice are my favorites. Justice for All was the second one, right? I'm pretty sure. Numbers on the case and the bloody writing can be made to match up quite easily. This is how the number on the transport case can be made to match the bloody writing. You erase 2 lines. Please erase the 3rd downward stroke of the W and the curved part of the D.
Wow, would you look at that? Leois!
Lois! Lois! No, Your Honor, it wasn't meant to be read as a word. It's the number L10015. This is just reverse Danganronpa. But worse. Which, if you take the final R, take away the final R, is the exact same number that's on the bomb transport case. Spirit of Justice. I've not played Spirit of Justice yet, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, Justice for All. I do remember liking it, yeah. I don't remember anything particularly egregious in the cases there, because, yeah, I think that was, because, what were the cases in Justice for All? That was the one where Phoenix loses his memory, the one where we introduce Faye, you know, the one where Maya, well, the second time Maya gets charged with murder, where we introduce Pearl, the, Turnabout Big Top, and then Farewell My Turnabout. Like, yeah, I do think Justice for All is probably, is a very consistent one with basically all good cases, in my opinion. Yeah, good choice.
Well, I can change anything into anything else simply by erasing 2 lines. What if we erase 2 lines from your name? Would you be happy as Mr. Right?
Well, would you, Mr. Rye?
The only right spelling is right. Okay, I'm doing pretty well here, and I think I'm drawing the right conclusion. Detective Arm's real message to us is the bomb transport case. Your Honor, the 2 lines were added by the real culprit to intentionally mislead people.
What?
The original message Detective Arm left behind was the transport case number, but whoever assaulted Apollo changed the message. You're right, boss. What do you suppose Detective Arm was trying to tell us? Good question. What does this number represent?
Do you see this number here? This is my identification number.
Candace Arm lost her life in the courtroom bombing. Her dying message could have only had one purpose.
No!
To tell us the name of the one responsible for the bombing.
Well, don't keep us in suspense, Mr. Wright. Tell us who she was trying to name.
The culprit that the victim was trying to identify is none other than Tentonate.
Take that!
So your trilogy ranking, you're probably the only one in the West who doesn't hate Big Top. I like that. I think 2-3 is overhated. Oh yeah, fucking love Big Top. Like, I think there's some problems with it, don't get me wrong, but like, the actual, like, mechanics of how the crime was committed, I don't think they make perfect sense, but I think they make enough sense to work. Unlike Bridge to the Turnabout, whose just simped straight up does not work. Like, you can sort of bend things around to make Big Top work, even if it's, like, Big Top is a stretch, don't get me wrong. Bridge to the Turnabout is physically impossible. That's, I think, the difference between those two. And then on top of that, like, Acro is just such a fucking good character. And like, probably one of my favorite breakdowns in the entire series. And like, honestly, pretty much every character in that case, other than Regina, I absolutely love. I think it's I think it's a really well done story, and for a case that has basically no connection to the rest of the overarching narrative, I thought it was really good. Yeah. But yeah, I never understood why people hated Big Top, but I guess it's not that hated in Japan, which is interesting. The defense wishes to indict Mr. Ted Tonate on the charge of the courtroom bombing. Close out my flip phone. Edgeworth, I got a new case for you, buddy.
Ted Tonate!
Apparently, disabling bombs isn't Mr. Tonate's only specialty. Somehow the victim must have realized that she was the bomber. So when she was caught in the blast, she left his bomb transport case number as her dying message. She used Mr. Tonate's own ID number to finger him for the crime. She could have just written his name, low-key. Just like Ben and Trillo. I guess Ben and Trillo could be a little bit annoying, but no, I like them. Especially Trillo. I thought Ben was okay. Trillo I love. Japan Loves Big Topic consider the best non-finale case there. Interesting. I mean, I don't think I'd put it above, you know, I don't think I'd put it above some of the other ones, like, I'm trying to remember my ranking, but I'm pretty sure I put the opening case of Apollo Justice above it. Like, I don't think it's the best non-finale case, but it's certainly one of the better ones, yeah.
Why would anyone go to their way to write an ID number? Why wouldn't they simply write the person's name?
He's got a good point there.
What do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright?
The only detective would know the answer to that, but allow me to offer a theory. Best Detective Arm couldn't recall Mr. Tonate's name in the heat of the moment. I mean, he's a bomb tech whose name is literally Detonate. I feel like that's pretty memorable. As I recall, this was the first meeting between the two. Entirely possible they wouldn't have been familiar with each other. Or maybe using the ID number was a way to hide his true meaning from the real culprit. You think Ted doesn't know his own ID number? Athena, please, don't. Thus lowering the odds that they would erase the bloody writing. But no matter what the reason, the important thing is the meaning behind her message. The fact remains, she wrote Mr. Tonate's ID number.
Now, just a moment here. There hasn't been any proof yet that this was indeed Detective Arm who wrote it. The bloody writing wasn't found during the investigation of the blast.
Yeah, because apparently your investigation team is actually made out of incompetent charlatans. Like, you didn't move the fucking case. They didn't move the case. They didn't move the case during the entire investigation. I can't take this, dude.
If Detective Arm had left a message, it should have been found at the time.
Naturally, Mr. Tonate hid it before anyone could discover it. And there's a simple explanation for how he was able to do so.
What?
Mr. Tonate was able to cover the message up because he's... Yeah, he was the first to find the body. The first person to discover the body. The bloody writing was Mr. Tonate himself.
I was the first on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but ended up discovering a dead body.
When Mr. Tonate saw the victim had written his ID number, he used the bomb transport case to cover up the bloody writing as a stopgap measure. If Edgeworth was the prosecutor, it would have been found. Yeah, fucking, even without Edgeworth as the prosecutor, I guarantee you just Gumshoe, fucking Gumshoe would have found that. Like, let alone Emma? Where did Emma go? Emma would have found that shit in a heartbeat. Come on! Oh, so that's why the message in blood was under the transport case. He didn't have enough time to try and scrub away the writing. If he didn't report the body right away, he would look suspicious. So those letters lived on to serve another function. Mr. Tonate used them in another incident.
Oh, the assault of Mr. Justice!
Destiny Ace Attorney Fan Cases is a video series called Turnabout Jackpot, DLC for Apollo Justice, playable case called Turnabout Retribution. You play as Kristoff. Just checking them out. Yeah, maybe I'll get around to it at some point after, after getting through the rest of the games. Exactly. Mr. Tonate hit upon a plan to use the bloody writing for his own purposes. So he didn't clean it away. Instead, he made it look like Mr. Justice wrote it by adding 2 lines to the writing that Detective Arm left behind. He changed the meaning of the message. He made it look like Mr. Justice was accusing Miss Woods of the attack. So that means the only person who could have altered the bloody writing was the courtroom bomber. It was the same person that assaulted Mr. Justice. And that person is Ted Tonate.
Order in the court. Order, I say. It looks like we'll have to hear from the bomb specialist himself. Mr. Payne, please have Mr. Tonate take the witness stand.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
That was great, Mr. Wright. Just doing what I do best, which is flying by the seat of my pants. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? Yeah, I think I did pretty good. I look forward to seeing you try. I've finally drawn Mr. Tonate back into the witness stand. Looks like you'll get your wish, Goggle Man. Now watch me take your lies apart. The case is slow? Yeah.
Mr. Tonate, I'm afraid we have a few more questions for you.
I understand the situation, Your Honor. I was keeping a close eye on the proceedings from the gallery. The allegations are all laughable.
Objection!
I wouldn't be laughing if I were you, Mr. Tonate. The message in blood matches your ID number. Same ID number that is there on that bomb transport case. Such a far-fetched theory, no better than a tangled ball of wires. I have them untangled for you in no time at all. You were the first person on the scene after Detective Arm left her message in blood. You were the only one who could have hidden the writing, and then used it again later. I see. ×2. But then, let me ask you, do you have any proof that Detective Arm wrote that message?
That's a very good question. Well, do you, Mr. Wright?
Best way to prove that Detective Arm wrote that message? Yeah, analyze the DNA. Because, handwriting is not going to match if she's writing with her finger, but the DNA, if she wrote the message, it would have to be her blood. Your Honor, I request that a DNA test be performed on the blood itself. Once we know whose it is, it'll be obvious who wrote the message. I feel like you should have done this before, guys. Like, I don't know. Okay. Sorry, what's your name, little bro? What's your name? Gaspin? I don't know how to tell you this, but you are actually substantially worse prosecutor than even your brother was. It's incredible. Do I even want to say this? Okay, these are about to be some strong words, and I don't think I can take them back after this. Gaspin Payne might be worse might be a worse prosecutor than Diego Armando was. I do not say that fucking lightly. Okay? Trust me, I do not say those words lightly, but it might be true.
Very well. Bailiff, please put in a request for DNA. Also, Bailiff, by the way, you went to go get the defendant, when she was talking with Mr. Justice. Could you, quickly testify whether or not Mr. Justice was alive at the time? Oh, yeah, Your Honor. When I went to get the defendant, the Justice was still alive. Oh, great! Case closed!
That's all you have to do! That's all you have to fucking do! This whole thing has been just the worst fucking side quest imaginable. Like, what are we doing here? The bailiff? Just get the bailiff to testify. We would have gotten this case would have been over an hour ago.
Please put in a request for DNA test with the forensics team. Yes, Your Honor. It will be some time before we have the result of the analysis. Until then, let's hear more from the witness.
I would like nothing more, Your Honor. I want the court to hear how ridiculous the defense's theory is. Let's just hope he doesn't drag the case for 2 hours like Gato in 3-5. You mean like Gato in every single case where he would literally do nothing but like, but right, you can't actually prove that. It's like, Phoenix, like, all right, Gato, here you go. Here is video evidence of my culprit at a coffee shop at the exact time of the crime, meaning that they couldn't have committed the crime. Then Gato's like, but do you have evidence that video footage is real? And then Phoenix will bring, okay, this is the guy, this is the security guy, he's my friend Larry, he works at the security company, and, you know, he was actually there when the video was recorded, and Larry's like, yeah, man, I was there, it's totally real. And then Gato's like, Judge's like, oh, yeah, okay, that sounds great, I'm gonna go to the not guilty. And actually, Judge, hold on a second. Mr. Wright has still not proven to me something very important. Why I should care. Oh, you make a very good point, Mr. Prosecutor. All right, Mr. Wright, if you cannot provide evidence for why Prosecutor Gatto should care, then I will have to charge your client with war crimes. And Phoenix is just sitting there like, what the fuck? God, I hate... Gatto's bullshit really, I think, is what drags down Trials and Tribulations more than anything. Like, yeah, Bridge to the Turnabout, I have issues with that case, and I also think it has the worst case in the series, Recipe for Turnabout. But, like, the other cases, right? The opening case is... I don't remember it. But, like, there's some legitimately great stuff. Like, I think, the Stolen Turnabout is... Actually, no, you know what? I think the Stolen Turnabout is my favorite non-final case. I think the Stolen Turnabout is a fucking masterpiece. But the entire game is just dragged down by Gatto having an inability to actually, like, present any arguments in court. So it just becomes an endless cycle of, like, can you prove this? Can you prove this? Can you prove this? Can you prove this? And no matter how much evidence you present, he refuses to counter any of your points, but he just asks you to, like, prove yeah, well, can you prove that the daisies were green when over in Japan at the time of the murder during the week of August 34th last year? And, like, I don't know how we've gotten here. I don't know what is happening. All I know is I must present evidence. He did even more. Yeah, 3-5 is the worst example of this. That case, like, I will never forget the point where Gatto literally admits to committing the murder. In the witness stand, Gatto admits to committing the murder. Or, no. Sorry. Gatto admits that he walked up to the victim with the murder weapon and that he was the only person there that night. But then just is like, but I didn't commit the murder. Like, what are you talking about? What the? You literally just admitted to it. And then it drags on for like 5 more hours. Oh my god, that shit drove me insane. Oh god, I hate Bridge to the Turnabout so much. Yeah, like, I like that he's bad at his job because him being bad at his job makes sense, and it's actually great from a character perspective. And, like, the game not acknowledging it, yeah, that's, I think, I would be fine with it if the game didn't pretend like he's good at his job. Well, the only reason he's good at his job is because the judge is a fucking idiot and will just go along with whatever as long as whoever says it is confident enough. And since Gatto has the charisma of fucking Dio Brando. And like the judge just goes along with whatever bullshit he says. So like it makes sense, but this is actually kind of why I wanted and why it's kind of disappointed. In Bridge to the Turnabout, for the first day in the trial, you play as Edgeworth, right? And you fight off against Francisca. And that actually really disappointed me because I was hoping Edgeworth would go up as a defense attorney against Gatto, because if anyone would see straight through Gatto's bullshit and just call him out for the fraud that he is, it would be Edgeworth. And I really wanted Edgeworth to just like basically decimate Gatto in every way imaginable on the first day of court and then just dip out. You know, like that would have been so satisfying to watch. Like if that had happened, I think Bridge to the Turnabout would rank a lot higher in my mind. Yeah, and also, yeah, it's both because he's a defense prosecutor who has no experience. He is a defense attorney who has no experience prosecuting, but also because he's so focused on just getting his revenge on Phoenix that he doesn't actually care about prosecuting. He just cares about fucking Phoenix over. That's his entire motivation. I admit, I was the first one on the scene at the explosion. I should probably keep going with this game for now. I've made my thoughts on Gatto, Bridge to the Turnabout, and Trials and Tribulations as a whole very clear. The first one on the scene after the explosion. Edgeworth wanted to be an attorney back then, like Diego. Yeah, it would be so great, because also from a thematic perspective, goddammit, we're getting sidetracked again, but I don't care. Because Edgeworth wanted to be a defense attorney, then got corrupted by his father's death and Von Karma to become one of the most ruthless prosecutors ever. But then, through his friend Phoenix, he was able to be brought back into the light and learn to, you know, fight for the truth once again. Gatto was also a defense attorney who was also corrupted by, well, being nearly murdered by Dahlia Hawthorne, that bitch. And then the death of his, his partner, Mia. And so he ended up going down this dark road and become, a ruthless prosecutor to fuck over with a grudge against Phoenix and, like, just angry at the world and shit. But then, he hadn't finished his character. He hadn't gotten a chance at redemption like Edgeworth had. So for them to have actually met would have actually, like, really been not only great for exposing Gatto's as a worthless, prosecutor, which would have been very good so that it... Because I feel like the fact that the game never points out how bad Gatto is makes it feel like the developers really thought Gatto was competent, even though he clearly wasn't. And that reflects poorly on the game, But on top of that, it also would help as such a great, like, full circle moment for Edgeworth's character arc and journey, Even though him acting as a defense attorney already does, him going against Gatto specifically would have made it a lot better. There's no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it. She struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. You could have just moved her. So, you're saying the victim's body was nowhere near where the writing was. Hold on. Oh, God. And Gatto being portrayed as a good prosecutor also makes Phoenix look incompetent. Well, I mean, Phoenix still, like, defeats... Well, the thing... Okay. Low-key, Phoenix is incompetent. I'm sorry, but he really is. Like, don't get me wrong. He's got some legitimately good talents. Like, his ability to just think on the fly and come up with theories in real time are great. But he really has a very bad understanding of like do you remember that shit in Rise from the Ashes where Phoenix had to learn evidence law 101 in the middle of a case? Because apparently this man went through all of law school without learning how to enter a piece of evidence into a court of law. Like, Phoenix has never had a good grasp of how the legal system works. He's never had it, you know? He's always been kind of a bad attorney who just happens to be really... He's, like, all talent, no, like, experience, basically. And that serves him well. So I can kind of understand Gatto being able to run circles around him because, like, yeah, Edgeworth knows that what Gatto is doing is bullshit, and so he'd be able to call it out to the judge, point to the exact law that tells him that what Gatto is doing is bullshit. But Phoenix just doesn't do that. He would just rather just bash his head against the wall that is Gatto, instantly coming up with new arguments on the fly, presenting like 50 pieces of evidence. Because, like, that's what Phoenix does. He just brute forces his way through cases like a fucking... Phoenix Wright is like a fucking shonen protagonist. He doesn't think, he doesn't plan, he just does, you know? And so I think that makes him particularly vulnerable to some of Gatto's bullshit, you know? Also, I should probably move the chat so that it's not covering the text. Yeah, that'll be better, I think. I think he just found it weird that Lana gave him a law book. I mean, how can he trap Gant if he didn't know beforehand? Well, yeah, but he trapped Gant using evidence law, but the only reason he learned about the evidence law was from Lana, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure he didn't know about those certain things of evidence law before he read that book. I think. Unless I maybe just misread that part, which is possible. But, like, you never see Phoenix bringing up, like, actual things. Like, there's been plenty of prosecutors that have just pulled utter bullshit. And Phoenix has never once called them out on it, you know? So I just don't think he has a good grasp of the law. I'm gonna be honest, you know? I think he's just good at arguing. And that means that, you know, when he goes up against Gatto, it's basically just he's going up against pure rhetorician who doesn't actually have any evidence but to back up his shit. But it doesn't matter because Phoenix is also very much a rhetoric type of guy. He was just handed a book. That doesn't mean you know about it. Maybe. I would have to replay Rise from the Ashes. It's been a while. But I don't know. I got the impression that he didn't seem to know, but I might just be misremembering it. It's been a while since I played Rise. Precisely. It is as plain as day that she could not have written it. Okay, but now, okay, we really need to keep going here. You could not have written it. It's true that the body was discovered near the entrance to the courtroom. Please have a look at the crime scene photo. Did you put the photo inside? Yeah, I know that the real purpose of the book was to give Phoenix a specific piece of evidence, but I don't know, I could have sworn that Phoenix also just didn't know about evidence law before reading it. But I could be entirely wrong on it. As you can see, there's blood on the rubble near the victim's body. She must have died after hitting her head there. Court record. Yeah, but her... Winston, come on. This is a Gatto level mistake. Come on, you're better than this. Well, actually, you're not, but fine. It was a flat object that killed her, not a pointy one like that piece of rubble. Come on. Come on, work with me here, people.
I see.
It's already very slow, making it far slower. Yeah.
All right then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
You have what it takes to take my infallible testimony apart. After the explosion. I admit, it was the first one on the scene after the explosion. But there was no bloody red. Okay, we've already seen all this.
Hold it!
Why were you the first person on the scene? To secure the area, it is regulation for a bomb disposal specialist to enter first. In other words, you had the opportunity to alter the bloody writing then, didn't you? Well,
Objection!
Mr. Wright, please don't interrupt. Mr. Tonid is about to give a testimony that will show just how wrong your reasoning is.
darn, I think he was just about to say something interesting too. When I went in and saw the aftermath, well, it was quite the disaster. No bloody writing there at the time. You ever tell this even with those goggles on? With these goggles, there's no way I could have missed something like that. I can see quite well with them. In fact, I can see every hair on your spiky head. Oh, you have a few grays, Mr. Wright. What? Poor Mr. Wright. You're always working so hard keeping our office together. Wait a minute, I don't have any gray hairs. Just kidding.
Objection!
I object to the witness's attempt to prematurely give me gray hair.
Mr. Tony, this court frowns upon untoward comments on a person's hair, or lack thereof.
I'm sensing a great wave of sorrow coming from the judge. My apologies, Your Honor. May I please continue my testimony? Anyway, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it.
Hold it!
If she didn't write it, then who do you propose did? Mr. Justice, of course. Just before dying, he wrote the name of his attacker, Juniper Woods. Well done.
A final message from your poor subordinate.
I wonder why they keep insisting on Payne as the tutorial prosecutor. Why can't it be like Clavier, for example? Because I think like the point is, well, first of all, because it's just funny to have Payne get his fucking like humiliated constantly. Because like the tutorial cases kind of have to be a bit on the simpler side and a bit on the easier side because they're obviously tutorial cases. Like I feel like if Clavier showed up for a fucking tutorial case and got his ass hit, like, okay, here's a great example. Do you want Clavier's name to be tainted by not investigating under the fucking, by not investigating under the fucking box? Do you really want Clavier to be the one who fucked up that? I certainly don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to see older prosecutors return. It's some like seeing well, obviously every time Edgeworth returned in the original trilogy was fantastic, and the few times that Francisca made a return was also cool. But
Poor Mr. Justice. I'm starting to get all misty-eyed.
Paulo is not dead, folks. So, how can you be sure it wasn't Detective Arm who wrote the message? It is very simple. She had struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. Just too far away from where the bloody message was found. Oh, sure. The victim's body and the writing are several yards away from each other. There's no way she could reach it.
Make the conundrum.
So that means something is off somewhere. There must be a contradiction. Maybe the body was moved? That doesn't explain how blood got onto the rubble. That was done by the real culprit after the fact. If that's the case, then something about that might contradict the evidence we have. Something like what happened in 4-4? 4-4. That was... Which one was 4-4? I'm struggling to remember. Because obviously 4-1 was when Kristoff gets arrested first. 4-2 is Turnabout Corner with the Yakuza. Turnabout Serenade at the concert, and then obviously 4-5 is you know, the big massive case of Vera Misham and stuff. What's 4-4? Turnabout Secession. Which one is that one? Oh, Apollo Justice only has 4? I don't know why I thought it had 5. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I admit, I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. No bloody writing. There's no way Detective Arm could have written it.
Hold it!
She didn't write it. Then who do you propose did? Mr. Justice, of course. Just before that, oh. Struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance.
Hold it!
You imagine she was thrown back by the force of the blast. A bomb can inflict damage not only from the explosion itself, but also substantial secondary damage from the blast wind.
Detective Arm unfortunately hit her head on some rubble. It's stated in her autopsy report as well. Cause of death, trauma to the back of the head.
Ah, the autopsy report. Better take another look at that. You probably should have taken... You should probably know that by heart. Now do you see, Detective Arm could not have written that message. The reason for that being... He was too far away from where the bloody message was found. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible she could have crawled to the area of the bloody message? If that were true, then how did she return to the spot near the entrance? Maybe she crawled back after writing it? Hey, did this guy just me?
Would you like to get down on the floor and give us a demonstration of your theory?
No, thank you. I've already been whacked upside the head one too many times in a court case. The victim's body and the writing are several yards away from each other. There's no way she could reach. Oh. I'm tempted to shave that man's hair. It's not even a pompadour. It's a sad excuse for what. Yeah, it's a pompadour toupee. It's atrocious. Yeah, and it's obviously this with the autopsy report.
Objection!
You're a terrible liar, Mr. Tonate. Take a look at this Take a look at this not updated autopsy report. Specifically, the part about Detective Arm's head injury. Cause of death: trauma to the back of the head caused by an impact with a flat object. Yes, what about it? Oh, you know what would have been really funny in 4-4? In 3-5 if Edgeworth had gone up against Gatto and he pulled the updated autopsy report shit on him. Bro, Gatto would just melt. He would just die on the spot. He would have no fucking idea how to counter any of that. Let's take a good look at this bloody piece of rubble. It's sharp and pointed. Hey, you're right, boss. It is pointy. Just like your hair.
That is odd, isn't it? What could be the meaning of this contradiction?
I believe it means the victim did not hit her head on this piece of rubble. The bloodstain you see is just another fabrication. Its purpose is to mislead us into thinking the victim died near the courtroom entrance.
Are you claiming the culprit moved the victim's body?
That's exactly what I'm claiming. The victim hit her head at some other location, most likely on the floor, or some other flat surface, and this location was somewhere near where the bloody writing was found. In that case, she definitely would have written the message.
Your Honor, I have the result of the bloodstain analysis. Ah, very good timing. Let's take a look. According to the report, the message was written in Detective Arm's blood. And as the defense claims, the only parts of the message that were added afterwards were written in Mr. Justice's blood. It would appear the defense assertion is correct after all.
Alright, so that's it. That's the case done, right? Right? Yes, you did it! You were right, boss. Now I have to drive it home. I have to take a good look at the bloody writing analysis later. By later, you mean right now.
One.
Report. Woods. DNA analysis proves the blood of the writing to be that of the victim, Candace Arm, age 37. Evidence that were later found to be written in the blood of Holly Justice. Okay. Nothing particularly important there.
Mr. Tonit, it is now apparent that you have told several lies to this court. I hope you have some sort of explanation for yourself.
Fine, I will confess. You will? Then why are you so calm? This time I will tell the truth.
Are you sure about that?
It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. She very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked, but I did not detonate the bomb. Detective Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber. Not wanting to be accused, I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad. What? You can't say, oh, I tampered with the evidence. Whoopsie. Like, what?
I see. So it is your assertion that you merely moved the body, is that it?
That is correct. I did not kill Detective Arm.
Oh well, that's all you did then. Wait a minute! That in and of itself is a criminal act!
Glad to see you finally cross the finish line, Your Honor.
Very well then, your cross-examination please, Mr. Wright.
He knows the laws apply to murderers. See, that's actually kind of why I like Stolen Turnabout so much, is that it isn't a murder case, at least not at first. Sure, it ends up becoming a murder case, but you know, at least for the first like day in court, it's not a murder case. It's a theft case, and I kind of wish we had more of those. Something because like, yeah, murders are fun, but like I feel like you gotta run out of ideas at some point. Like if you could investigate crime, like if you could have crimes that weren't murders, like I feel like that would really open you up to some more creative, to come up with some more creative thingamajigs. "3-2 is the best case in Trials and Revelations." Oh yeah, by far. It's also like one of the best cases in the series. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. He very plainly wrote. Okay, this is the same. Yeah, let's go.
Hold it!
Yeah, if this case was just terrorism, you know? So, you admit that you actually did see the bloody writing that Detective Arm left. My bad. I should have said so from the outset. Whoopsie! Are you sure it was your ID number? I am sure. It was definitely my ID number. That number was assigned exclusively to me by the police department. My number is assigned to my goggles as well. So those funky things were provided by the police department? Although these are special goggles customized to me personally. Speaking of personalized, these sunglasses, mine were custom made as well. They were specially created to be particularly dark and shiny.
Speaking of special, my gavel is made of mahogany and was custom made as well. It was specially created to make a particularly loud and resounding sound.
I wish I had something to brag about. Be all that as it may, I just want to reconfirm you saw the bloody handwriting clearly. And that is, it was your ID number. That is correct. My ID number was written in blood on the floor. Magatama? I mean, kinda, I guess. Very plainly rude.
Hold it!
Also, I found it very fun. I also found it very. I've always found it weird that Phoenix never used the Magatama and the Psyche Locks in the middle of a testament. Like, that feels like it would be pretty fucking useful during a cross-examination, you know? And it was written after the bomb went off in the courtroom. Correct. I didn't know why she would write it, so that sent me into a panic.
Sounds like you were in quite a tizzy.
If I were in his shoes, I guess it would have psyched me out too. I can imagine coming across the message "Psychs" written in blood. If I saw "gasp in pain" written in blood, it'd certainly make me gasp in pain. Rest assured, Mr. Tonate, I understand how you must have felt.
And so, you discovered your ID number written in blood at the scene, and?
That is right. I saw it with my own eyes. It very clearly said L10015R. Maybe it only works that person is talking to you. Maybe, I guess. But I mean, technically, like, if I'm this, you're not testifying to the defense, but to the court. Yeah, maybe. Nara must have mistaken me for the real bomber. How do you figure she did that?
Hold it!
Didn't you? Victor may have had special knowledge who the bomber was. I have no idea what thoughts Detective Arm may have had inside her head. It is not like I ever dismantled her mind to check. Mr. Right, if you have suspicions about the witness, let's see your proof. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Even school children know that. How many years have you been a defense attorney now? Cut me some slack, will ya? Don't feel bad, boss. You just got your attorney's badge back, after all. In that sense, you're still more of a beginner than I am. I suppose I should be thankful you're not a licensed psychologist.
Mr. Tony, please continue with your testimony.
With pleasure. My ID number was left at the scene, but... did we already press this one? It was written in the bomb went off in the courtroom? Correct. I didn't know why she would write it. Okay, yeah, we already saw this. I must have mistaken me for the real bomber.
Hold it!
How'd that happen? By mistaken, do you mean you had nothing to do with the explosion? That is correct. That is why I was so shocked when I saw my ID number. The victim may have suspected Mr. Tonate for no reason other than the fact that, as the bomb specialist, he was in charge of the bomb. In other words, a false accusation. It's vocational discrimination, I say.
I do not support discrimination of any kind.
Well spoken, Your Honor. If the victim had been found killed with a gavel, Mr. Blue Suit over there probably would have pinned the crime on you.
He would? Well, that just wouldn't do. Mr. Wright, you dare try to pin anything on me, I will find you in contempt of court.
I never even tried to harm a hair on the strand of your beard, Your Honor. Bro, imagine if it turned out that, like, during you know, you get to the last Ace Attorney game, like on the final trial, it turns out the judge has been orchestrating everything, and every killer has been connected, and then you have to take him down. Well said, Mr. Payne. Yes, I am so closely associated with bombs. I was afraid I would be persecuted if anyone saw the bloody writing. Hughes moved the body, covered up the writing. My bad. Whoopsie. You didn't think to clean away the bloody writing? I didn't have time. By the time I found the message, the blood was already dry. The police were waiting just outside for me to secure the room. And I still had to move the body. I was in a panic. With no time to spare, I temporarily covered the writing with my case. Do you think the police would find it during their investigation? That's what I'm saying! Regulation stipulates only specialists may touch transport cases. Because of the danger, you see. I thought I would clean up the writing once they were finished. My bad. This is the worst police department in the history of the world. What the hell? My bad. Does he really think that will just magically smooth everything over? This guy's something else. I don't believe Detective Arm's dying message was just some mistake. He won't wiggle out of this that easily. What did Mr. Tonate see when he first discovered the bloody writing? There has to be a contradiction hidden in his testimony somewhere. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. Only wrote. True the detective. Are we just showing the fact here that the R is missing, maybe? I don't see how that gets us anywhere closer. Get us that the judge is not actually a licensed judge, just that everyone thought he was a judge because the name is Judge. He was too cowardly to speak out and became a judge. That would explain some stuff. I did not detonate the bomb. Or must have mistaken me for the real bomber. I wanted to be accused, so I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad. I mean, I guess she didn't exactly write your name, so maybe that?
Objection!
Yeah. I just want to make doubly sure that L10015R is really what you saw written in blood. Yes, it is very clearly said L10015R. But that's odd, because that's not what I see.
Objection!
What on earth are you babbling on about now? Wasn't it you who claimed the bloody writing was his ID number in the first place?
We'll take a good look at the photo and the bloody writing analysis. Now tell me, does it really say L10015R?
Oh,
Something is missing, isn't it? And that something is the final R.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Tonate?
Yeah, he must have hidden it somewhere. Yeah, at least he's not corrupt. He's just stupid. Oh, right. Now I remember. There was no R on the end. It was just a slip of the finger. My bad. Come back, my beautiful contradiction. So right, I'm not so sure it's just a simple slip of the finger. You have something for me, Athena? I sense that he's extremely agitated, almost panicked. He does look pretty flustered. Hey, Apollo! What are you... Do you think he's lying? Can you use your special power to check? Do you think he's maybe acting a bit, you know, some part of his body might be, like, twitching or something, and, like, you know, maybe that proves that he's clearly lying or something?
Well, Mr. Wright, it appears it was nothing more than a mere mistake.
I don't know. You really just make a typo? What about that R? Did Mr. Tonate really see it? No, of course he saw it. Mr. Tonate really did see the R. No R anywhere in the bloody writing. Yeah, it is. Please, Phoenix. Please, Phoenix. Huh? I'm not gonna take another good look at the photo. I think maybe. That's it! What is it now, Mr. Wright? Are you trying to imitate Apollo and his cords of steel? I've got it. So that's what happened. A slip of the finger. Is that really all it was? I don't think so. Bros, Mr. Tonate really did see the letter R.
But the photo clearly shows that there's no R.
No, Your Honor. Actually, just the opposite is true. The photo shows Mr. Tonate actually could have seen the R.
If you're gonna make that claim, then you'd better be able to point out what you mean. What part of the photo shows that Mr. Tonate could have seen the R?
Here.
Take that!
Please look here, to the right of the 5. Do you see a little bit of red?
Oh, I see it. Just on the edge of where the floor is broken up.
That's the R that Mr. Tonate saw.
It's true the witness wears some very odd goggles. That doesn't mean his eyesight is bad, nor his brain power. That part of that little smudge looks like an eye to you.
Objection!
What Mr. Tonate saw was in that little smudge. There was a whole and complete R written there, before the floor was damaged by the explosion.
Oh, well, that explains it.
You gotta explain what you mean? Because you just proposed that everything happened in the exact opposite order. Yep, so that's the way it really went down. Timing of when the R was written turns everything on this case around. Little bit of Hobo Phoenix left. He's less competent. Even now that he was in Trials and Tribulations. Yeah, because Hobo Phoenix was like fucking like manipulating everything from behind the scenes to like nail Kristoff the whole time with his fucking like beanie with a hidden camera. Like this just, it feels like we're back to idiot Phoenix. Like that's kind of, I'm kind of disappointed that we're playing as Phoenix instead of as Athena. Because then like, yeah, Athena can still be dumb because she's an inexperienced, you know, first time attorney. And then Phoenix can essentially just be her like companion that guides us because he's like smart and doing like, I feel like having us play as Phoenix is a really bad choice for the game because first of all, I just think I'm more interested in playing as like new characters like Apollo and Athena, but also like it ends up kind of devaluing Phoenix's like wisdom that like him not being playable in Apollo Justice is what made him, you know, he could seem a lot more competent because he could know a lot more than because he could know more than the audience, right? When Phoenix is the POV character, Phoenix can never be ahead of where the audience is. In fact, he must always be behind it because generally speaking, the audience can figure stuff out faster than Phoenix can, right? Yeah, what's the point of putting Athena? Yeah, because you start the game playing as Athena, and then she gets on the defense bench, and then like Phoenix showed up, and I was like, cool, Phoenix is gonna be our Phoenix is gonna help us out, kind of like how Mia helped Phoenix out with her first case, Diego helped Mia out with her first case, and then well, I guess technically Kristoff helped Apollo for a bit, and then he didn't. But then all of a sudden we just start playing as Phoenix. I really don't like that, you know? Now that the floor was damaged by the explosion, when was the message written? Well, before the explosion. With the bloody message running off the edge of the damaged floor like that, we can only conclude that it was written before the explosion. I mean, not really. It could have just stolen the piece and like chucked it in the back somewhere.
And that's ridiculous.
If that were true, it overturns your own premise.
That's right, it does. In fact, it turns everything upside down. The victim was not killed by the explosion in the courtroom. Yeah, the explosion was simply done to cover up her murder. She was killed before the explosion ever occurred. The mechanics of how this went down. Because then he, like, warned everyone that an explosion was happening. Then, after everyone had left the court, he killed her and then detonated the bomb to cover up her death. But then how did Juniper and Apollo get caught up in the explosion? Because if they were still in the courtroom in order to get caught up in the explosion, then they should have seen the murder take place. Hobo Phoenix is the best character in Series. I love Hobo Phoenix is the best, yeah.
What kind of preposterous claim is that? Have you forgotten the victim's body was found at the scene of the explosion?
Objection!
True, but consider this scenario. He was hit on the head and killed before the explosion. Or even before the trial began. Her body was mistakenly placed in the courtroom ruins after the bombing occurred. That way, it could be made to look like she was a victim of the blast. What?
It sounds like we had better look at what the victim was doing before the trial. Mr. Payne, did anyone see Detective R before the trial?
Well, let's see. According to the police report. Ah, here it is. One person saw the victim before the trial. And that person was... Detonate. Wait, what?
No one beside Mr. Tonate saw the victim.
That appears to be the case, Your Honor.
So what, did he stuff her in the bomb carry case? So he killed her in the courtroom, then put the bomb carry case over the message, stuffed her body in there. But like... It says very clearly. Between 8 and 11 a.m. I guess that does extend to before court starts. I don't know, I feel like 3 hours is a very bad estimation of the time of death for an autopsy report. Like, we've gotten a much better autopsy reports in the past. And this is like it's not like a hard one. Like, this is fucking hemorrhage to the back of the head. That should not be that hard to figure out. The time of death. Oh, now ask the court to recall something. Specifically, Mr. Tonate's words from yesterday. It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb.
Oh my!
Mr. Tonate, just before the trial, you were with the victim. Two of you were together at the scene of the crime, courtroom number 4. Your Honor, the defense requests new testimony from Mr. Tonate. Your report, Miss. No, hey. Missile would not have screwed that up, okay? Just to hear what he was said about his whereabouts just before the trial.
Mr. Tonate, your testimony, please.
Where is Emma when you need her? My testimony, there is no need for bags. He's completely unnerved, Mr. Wright. He must have hit the nail on the head. Because all I did was transport the bomb to the courtroom. I already told you drugs the guy. Bless this thing. It was only the courtroom with the victim because of our work. I swear I was only transporting the bomb there.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, it was old bag. That makes sense. They did a bit of outsourcing for this one. You and the victim were alone together at the scene of the crime. In other words, you certainly had the opportunity to commit murder, did you not?
You always leave yourself so open to attack, Mr. Wright.
What now, Mr. Payne?
Yes, Mr. Tonate may have had the opportunity to kill Detective Arm, but an important piece of your assertion is missing.
What important piece?
The murder weapon. What do you claim was used to kill the victim?
Mr. Payne, there's a point.
The bomb. He whacked her in the back of the head with the bomb. And then when the bomb blew up, all evidence of the murder weapon blew up along with it.
Even if Mr. Toadate had the chance, without a weapon, we can't accuse him of a crime.
Now, Mr. Toadate.
Yes, that's right.
I didn't have any sort of weapon that could be used as a murder weapon on me. I couldn't possibly have killed Detective Arm.
Did he really have nothing he could have used as a murder weapon? What is it, Athena? I'm just looking over the victim's autopsy report. I wonder if there's something in there that can point us in the right direction. I mean, it's really bad autopsy report. Yeah, it's just a flat object, and the only flat object is gonna be the bomb. Well, the dust says she died from trauma to the back of the head with a flat object. Forgot how bad the mystery in this case was, and I consider it to be one of the worst ones in this series. Yeah, to inflict that kind of a specific kind of injury, all you would need is a flat surface, right? A heavy, blunt object with a flat surface could definitely be a murder weapon.
Well, Mr. Wright, can you indicate for the court what was used to kill Detective Arm?
I believe I can. Believe being the key word there. You can?
And please do so now. What did Mr. Toadate have that could have been used as a murder weapon?
The bomb.
Take that!
Mr. Toadate, you said you didn't have anything that could be used as a weapon. But in fact, you had the perfect thing.
What? What the devil are you talking about?
You had this.
That's the bomb! I thought you were trying to prove that the victim wasn't killed by the bomb blast.
The bomb blast, no. But I believe Candace's arm was killed with this bomb. Because this is the blunt object that delivered the fatal blow to her head.
Ah!
Please recall the description of Detective Arm's head wound. Trauma to the back of the head caused by impact with a flat object. You assume this injury was sustained when her head hit the floor. But a blow from any flat side of this bomb would produce the exact same wound pattern.
Ah! Gah! Ugh.
What's with him?
Then show me proof. What's the evidence that I hit the victim with the bomb?
Yeah, he's right. I don't have anything decisive.
Did you find any of the victim's blood on the bomb? That would be decisive proof. Not too bad. The bomb is blown to bits. It's long gone. Boom! Game over. Yeah.
Mr. Wright, is there really nothing on the bomb in the photo? I don't see any blood or anything. The timer display is a little broken here. Maybe it broke when it made contact with Detective Arm's head. That's definitely a distinct possibility. Unless we found the fragment with the victim's blood on it, it's not going to count. I guess you're right. By setting off the bomb, Toadate managed to obliterate all traces of the murder weapon. What in the world do I do now? Times like this, I've got to change gears and look at things in a different way. Instead of looking for the things he wasn't able to hide, I should be looking for a way to expose the things he did hide. Ted Toadate married Detective Arm before the trial started. Then he placed her body in the courtroom after the bomb went off. It means there was something he needed to keep hidden until then. I think I have just the thing. Time to present the photo that shows exactly where Mr. Toadate had to hide. The bloody writing, right? Yeah, it's gotta be the writing.
Take that!
Your Honor, please take a look at this. The fact that Mr. Toadate hid this makes it the decisive evidence for my case.
I'm not sure I really understand what you mean by that, Mr. Wright.
I'm not sure either, Your Honor. Either.
There's a penalty to inspire you to make a more comprehensive assertion in the future.
God damn it. Well, that was a spectacular belly flub. I can't back down now. Gotta reconsider what Mr. Tonate could have hidden. Did Tonate murder Detective Arm before the trial started? Then he placed her body in the courtroom after the bomb went off. Means there was something he needed to keep hidden until then. And I think I have just the thing. Her body? Oh, I guess, yeah, it would be her body as well.
Take that!
Your Honor, there's something we've been overlooking. The murder took place before the trial, and Mr. Tonate would have had to hide the body somewhere during the trial. Yeah, you're right. I didn't figure out where the hiding place was. Exactly. I'd be able to find some evidence we can pin him down with. So where could Mr. Tonate have hidden the body during the trial? Inside the bomb case.
Take that!
Wait, box big enough for a body? A box that was in the courtroom the whole time. A box nobody would touch if they thought there was a bomb in it. Mr. Tonate.
What is it? Do you finally have some decisive evidence to show me?
No, you're the one who's gonna show it to me.
Come again?
You heard me. Now show me what's inside the bomb transport case.
What? Why? No, there's no need.
I've got him now. Just before the trial, you killed the victim with a blunt object. Then you placed her body in the ruins of the courtroom after the bomb went off. Clearly, you were trying to make it look like she died in the explosion. But where was the body hidden during the trial?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
The answer is right here. Inside a box made of thick alloy plating that can withstand any impact.
No, that's completely false.
If it's false, then you should have no objection to showing us your transport case. So let's open it and take a look inside, shall we? What now?
Let's not. Not if you can value your life.
What's he up to now?
Remain calm and listen carefully. This bomb will detonate in 5 minutes.
No, it won't. Because you weren't smart enough to reassemble the fucking ignition mechanism. You fucking told us. You fucking told us, you dunce. Literally earlier, you told us you weren't smart enough you were smart enough to reassemble most of the bomb, but not the actual, like, explosive part. That's nothing but a cheap fucking replica. Huh?
I repeat, this is HH-3000 will detonate in 5 minutes.
What's going on?
Your Honor, I recommend you adjourn this trial before this bomb goes off.
Mr. Tonate, are you threatening me?
I am the only one who can disable this bomb. If you do not want to die, your only option is to listen to me.
Oh, I believe you can disable it. I just don't think you can enable it.
And Mr. Tonate, didn't you just say that's just a training model? A fake to practice on. I did, but I also lied. This is the real deal. This is the HH-3000.
The HH-3000 was used to blow up the courtroom number 4, wasn't it?
How do you know it was the real HH-3000 that blew up courtroom number 4?
Huh?
The bomb that blew up the courtroom was a different one. One that I made.
What? Then are we to take that as a confession on your part?
Take it any way you would like. Just before the trial, I took the HH-3000 out of the stuffed animal, put my own bomb into it. That was the bomb that exploded and destroyed courtroom number 4. Mr. Tonate, please be reasonable. Do you really expect us to believe a crazy story like that? The HH-3000, it is so unique. I had never seen anything like it. It is so unique that I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. So I just had to have it. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Besides, did anyone look inside the stuffed animal during the trial? Did anyone check to see if if it really was HH-3000 in there?
I must confess, no one opened the stuffed animal to check.
Oh, there's really a possibility the bomb was switched out? No, not a possibility. A certainty. I did it.
So, he made a real bomb. He's had a real bomb with him this whole time? But he's literally disassembled it and reassembled it multiple times. And, like, he's multiple times admitted that he doesn't know how to, like, reassemble the ignition mechanism. So, like, even if that was the HH3000, he shouldn't have been able to reassemble it in a functional state. You had better get out of here while you can. You do not have much time.
Order! Order in the court! I'm out of here, man! It's gonna blow! Run!
You four are still here. Well, well, aren't you brave?
It just wouldn't do for the judge presiding over this court to run!
You know what? I gotta respect the judge.
But that horrible explosion the other day.
The judge looks like he's about to book it for the nearest exit any second. That's from Mr. Payne.
That is...
And he's off. Mr. Wright, what do we do? It'd be pretty pathetic to run now, wouldn't it? But the bomb might really go off.
Only 3 more minutes, folks.
Is that bomb really the HH3000? What should I do?
Stand my ground!
I can't run now. Well, it's been fun. I will be going now. With my dear, dear HH3000, naturally. Oh, and by the way, I would advise against having me followed. Even with one remote switch, this bomb can still be triggered manually. If I think I'm being followed, I will detonate on the spot. Farewell.
Hold it!
You're not going anywhere, Ted Tonate. Oh? Your Honor, there's no reason to be afraid. That bomb is a fake.
Are you sure, Mr. Wright?
I like how he makes fun of Apollo by saying he ran off and then he proceeds to run away. Ah, yeah. I hate autocorrect. Ah, more of your famous bluffing, even at the risk of your own life.
Mr. Wright, none of your bluffing now, not at a time like this! Lives are on the line here, my life!
I'm not bluffing, and I have proof.
You do?
Of course, Your Honor. Here's the photo of the bomb, clear as day. Proof that Mr. Tonate's bomb is not the real HH3000.
Really? Out with it then, immediately!
Here's the proof that Mr. Tonate is holding, not the real HH3000. Oh yeah, the screen is also cracked. That's another thing, but yeah. Oh! Oh, the pursuit theme on this one is good! Hell yeah!
Take that!
The display for the timer on the bomb in this photo is broken. Most likely a broken Mr. Tonate used the bomb to attack Detective Arm. But that display on the bomb in front of us is not broken.
Oh, you're right!
Therefore, this is not the real HH3000. Mr. Tonate was clearly lying when he said he switched out the bomb in the stuffed animal. The real HH3000 blew up in courtroom number 4. Like your answer, better than the writers, to be honest? I mean, I think they both work. This bomb is nothing more than a fake, a model used for training purposes. Like, it's, like, yeah, there's multiple reasons why it's a fake. There's multiple issues with it. It's just, you know, Phoenix just happened to find a different one. Yeah! Fear not, Your Honor. I will examine the inside of the bomb transport case myself.
Yes, please do that, Mr. Wright.
No, stop!
What is that? Is that a bloodstain?
Just as I expected. Yeah, I have many issues with this case. This is, how Phoenix finds out the bomb is fake is not really one of them. Your lies have all been blown to bits, Mr. Tonate. I'm confident DNA analysis on this bloodstain will confirm that it's Detective Arm's blood, and that those results will conclusively prove that you murdered Detective Arm. How about it, Mr. Tonate? Think you can dismantle this decisive evidence? Why is he looking at me like... I will say the 3D models are very uncanny, but the ability to like have the fucking pointing pose from different angles is really cool. Dismantle it? You're too late. You missed your chance to run, so now you're out of time. This is HH3000. It's about to explode. Don't try to threaten us, Mr. Tonate. I've already proved that your bomb is a fake. It's real. This bomb is a real thing, I tell ya. It's real. Mad Bomber, party of one. There's no time left. It's gonna blow. I have to disarm it. I have to take it apart. I can dismantle anything. I can take apart evidence. I can take apart bombs. I can dismantle it all. Dismantle, 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 dismantle. I'm gonna make it! Only one thing left to do. Stop! Made it. Game over. Dismantle attempt failed. Yeah. It was a fake. I don't know why you did this. It's all over. My life has been blown to pieces. It's all that stupid woman's fault. I was selling bombs I disarmed on the black market. When I tried to take this one, she just had to notice, didn't she? She confronted me in the courtroom, number 4. That's why. I had no choice. Can you say your opinion on this case, especially it's the mystery? Sure. I knew what I was doing. I hit her. It's all her fault. While I was looking for a place to hide her body, she left a message in her own blood. The trial was about to start, so I didn't have time to clean it up. And now all this. I thought for sure I could disguise her death with an explosion. Then the stupid defense attorney started sticking his nose into my business. That's my goat, Apollo. After my testimony yesterday, I went to courtroom number 4 and I found that kid all up in my bomb transport case. That's when I snuck up behind him and bam! And the idiot police arrested that little girl. I thought for sure I would pin it all on her. Why? Oh, why?
Well, that was the dumbest case I've ever been a part of. Ted Tonate, you are hereby under arrest on suspicion of the courtroom bombing and the assault of Mr. Justice. Your innocence or guilt will be determined at a later trial. Now then, I see the members of the public have returned to the gathering. One person, however, seems to still be running far, far away. Be that as it may, I will now announce Mr. Juniper Wood's verdict. Not guilty!
Woo! Confetti! The empty fucking prosecutor's bench.
Court is adjourned. Oh!
A lot of Apollo Justice fans like myself don't like Dual Destinies. I'm saying this so you don't get disappointed. I'm saying there's no way to like it, just making sure you know. Yeah, I've heard bad things about Dual Destinies in the past. But let's just say this case has not given me a good first impression. But you know what? I'm still gonna go into it with with an open mind, and I'm sure I'll like. Yeah, this case was not good, but I still enjoyed my time with it. Like, I still had fun, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. Yeah, no, this case was really bad. Like, like, there were some cool elements to it, like the bombing and then the stuff, and then I think her being killed before the bombing was cool, but just, like, hiding the fact that no one saw the fucking blood, the message, hiding because they didn't want to move the fucking cart is actually one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. That's really my biggest point. Well, okay, I think the two biggest problems with the case is, first of all, it just drags on way too long. It should have been a lot shorter. And two, the fact that the message was hidden using the cart. That makes no sense to me. As for, outside of the mystery, I think I kind of just had issues with how the case just sort of introduced Athena as, like, the main character at the start. And it seems like it was going to be, like, okay, Athena and Apollo are doing their own thing, and then, Apollo's gone, so then Athena has to take over. And then Phoenix just shows up and does everything, Like, I felt like the game was really setting up Athena to be the main protag, but I guess we're just going to be mostly playing as Phoenix, and Athena's just going to be, like, our sidekick, which is really disappointing, because I thought, I think it'll be, I think, like, because the protagonist always needs to be dumbed down for the sake of the audience, because if the protagonist is ahead of where the audience is in the case, then obviously the audience doesn't get to figure stuff out on their own, especially since it's the protagonist that you're constantly hearing the thoughts of. Like, obviously with something like, well, I guess in the case of Sherlock Holmes, technically Watson is used as the POV character, so it's not that case. But, like, well, actually, no, Sherlock Holmes is a great example. If the Sherlock Holmes books were written from the perspective of Sherlock Holmes, that would be a hell of a lot less interesting, because you'd either have to make the because either you would get you'd not really get big reveals, because then the audience wouldn't be able to, like, figure stuff out on their own, because then Sherlock would just see it as something and then immediately tell everyone what it means in his head. Or you would need, in order for the audience to be able to follow along, you'd need to make Sherlock a lot fucking dumber for it to work, right? By having Watson as the POV character, it's what's genius about the Sherlock Holmes books, because it lets Sherlock do his own thing while Watson is stuck behind with the audience, and so the audience is trying to figure stuff out. Sherlock already knows what's up, and then things are slowly revealed. So so that's, I think, what I love about Apollo Justice in particular. The fact that we play as Apollo means that he acts as the Watson, whereas Phoenix can be this sort of, like, Sherlock Holmes figure. Now, of course, most of the cases are actually solved by Apollo. Phoenix is, for the most part, kind of busy with this whole thing with the juris system and Kristoff. But, like, I mean more so in the sense that, like, Phoenix is a very, like, he's a seasoned investigator. He's, like, he's not, like, fumbling around in court like he usually is in the first 3 games. Like, the man is, like, got everyone fucking, like, tugging on people's strings, like, playing the whole thing. All is a part of a plan to, like, trap Kristoff and eventually, like, get him convicted for his crimes. And, like, Phoenix is portrayed as a really smart, competent guy in Apollo Justice because he's not the main character. And so I feel like it would have been great to watch Phoenix act as, like, a mentor for Apollo and Athena, and that would have, been able to keep more of his Hobo Phoenix characterization, while, also letting the audience have a new, fresh perspective as a new character. I think that would have been a much better direction to take the game, and to just make it, another Apollo, another Phoenix Wright game, Pacing, yeah, mystery, Phoenix characterization, Athena being wasted on the fact that it wasn't a terrorism case. Athena right after Apollo's game was a mistake. A lot of people criticize Apollo Justice by saying Apollo had no legacy, but I agree with you. Also, it's his first game. Yeah, basically. Like I feel like this is supposed to be the Apollo Justice trilogy. I highly doubt that. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it's Apollo Justice is important in one game, and then he's just like a side character. He's just gonna be a side character in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. But I guess we'll see. You did it, boss. Yeah, I guess we managed to pull it off somehow. So many mysteries cleared up all at once. It was amazing. Just sort of worked out that way, didn't it? That's not the kind of thing that usually just works out. We made it happen. The way that mean old prosecutor hightailed it out of there, that was great. So right, Athena, thank you for everything you did for me. I'm so happy for you, Junie. Now you can go back home to the forest in peace. I hope the both of you will come and visit me there sometime. That would be nice. Thank you for the invitation. I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm not so sure you can make it all the way up to Junie's house. How high do you live again, Junie? Around 3,000 feet, I think. What? Oh, that's no forest. That's a mountain. But, you know, boss, there's something that still bothers me about the case. One little mystery that we never got around to solving. Oh, that, yeah. I was wondering about that, too. Is this unsolved mystery what you're thinking about? Yeah, where's her stuffed animal, right? That's the only thing I can think of.
Take that!
Huh? That wasn't the thing I was thinking of. That mind reading isn't a day job. I was wondering about the missing remote switch. Oh! I guess, yeah, that did never come up, huh? Alright, that unsolved mystery. I was just testing you. And see, this is also why Hobo Phoenix should just be his own game, should not be player controlled, because then I can just make him seem like a fucking idiot like that. Oh, so you were looking to get a reaction out of me, huh? Now, always remember, the trial isn't really over until you get back to the office. If you got a not guilty, you still have to remember to stay sharp. In other words, don't gloat too much over a victory, right, boss? Thanks for the tip. But I still wonder where that remote switch disappeared to. Maybe Mr. Tony just got rid of it somewhere? Yeah, it is a pretty big thing to leave unsolved, though. Well, let's leave it up to the police to find. Hopefully we'll find out someday. Yes, you're right. I know, Judy. So we can report the good news? You know, to the certain someone. Okay. Huh? Her grandmother? No, silly, to Apollo. Oh, right. Yeah, why don't we all go to the hospital together to see him? Yeah, I imagine it's foreshadowing for, you know, the future of the game. Good idea. I bet he's bored out of his mind. Okay. And so the courtroom bombing case came to a close. Over the horizon. But yeah, in the future, I would, I would appreciate if you didn't, obviously that's pretty obvious, but just, that sort of stuff I would just appreciate if you didn't, say stuff like that in the future. The next trial was just over the horizon. Never a dull moment with so many lawyers in the office, that's for sure. Apollo Justice, Athena Sykes, and me, Phoenix Wright. Between the three of us, there's no case we can't solve. With our powers combined, we're an unstoppable team. At least that's what I believed. Well, that's ominous. But all of that changed when Apollo said to us that day. It was something that would put my faith in us to the ultimate test. Date, time, right? Anything agency.
Oh, look at my boy.
Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
Can you at least give me a reason why?
I got blown up.
That this is something I must settle on my own.
Bro's on his fucking what? My bro is on his revenge arc. What the heck? It's like it's Apollo Sasuke now. Hello?
Oh, why, Apollo? Why are you shutting us out?
What happened to you, Apollo? Since you put that jacket on, you've changed. Now, for whatever reason, all my mind keeps doing is returning the day I first met you. We tackled our first case together, he and I, this past spring. And as we did, I came to know who he is and how he thinks. It was a very peculiar case, one in which the victim was killed by a mythical creature. Oh, we're on some Hounds of Baskerville shit. Let's go! The end. Cool. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, obviously, I don't like the case in a lot of ways, but at the same time, I do think at least it does do some good setup for the sort of overarching storyline of the game, with the missing remote, Apollo sort of just, like, disappearing and shit. So I guess we'll see how it plays out in the future. Because, you know, if it can at least do some good setup, the monster shit about, I think it'll be good. Fighter is generally considered to be one of the worst cases of the series, according to most. Oh boy! Okay, that's, I suppose we'll see. I would also appreciate you keep that sort of, I would suggest keep opinions on, like, cases and games to yourself until afterwards. Because like, if I go into it knowing that it's gonna be one of the worst cases, that's gonna sort of, that's gonna sort of end up coloring my experience, you know? So I would, you know, just keep that sort of stuff to yourself in the future. But yeah, okay, let's, yeah, that was Dual Destinies. I'm having fun, even if the case wasn't the greatest. I suppose we'll see. Like we always do, we're just gonna quickly watch the 2-3 is hated too, though. Yeah, but like, I didn't know 2-3 was hated when I first played it, and I don't know if I had gone into 2-3 knowing that people hated it. I wonder if I had just, you know, maybe would have focused too much on its flaws and stuff like that. Like, poisoning the well is a thing that definitely happened, but yeah, like always, we're gonna watch the intro to the next trial, so we get a little bit of a sneak peek, and then we're gonna end the episode. So let's take a look. Monstrous Turnabout. The hell is that thing? Fucking nine-tailed fox.
Long, long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away.
Okay.
To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the Forbidden Chamber.
Be. Oh!
Night, night, Alderman. Sweet dreams.
at long last. The revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
Fire to the courthouse bomb. Well, that's certainly a way to kick off a case. All right, yeah, we're gonna leave things there though. That will be this will be a case for another time. Yeah. On some this'll do. Haven't seen yet. From here onwards, so sorry. Yeah, no, I tend to be pretty strict on spoiler stuff because I want to experience things as fresh as possible. But yeah, I am happy to report that I do not remember this at all. So I think maybe I may have played the first case of this in the past, like I had with the first, like with the Phoenix Wright trilogy. But, you know, it was long ago, and I honestly did not remember anything other than the fact that a bomb went off in a courtroom. I think that's the only thing I actually remembered from that case. But this feels completely fresh to me. So I think now we're actually getting into stuff that I'm completely fresh on. I get that. Again, apologies. Yeah, thank you for that. But yeah. Yeah, so I guess we should talk scheduling since this is the first episode of a new series. Right now, we are playing through this and Persona 5, but Persona 3 Reload comes out on Friday, so we're gonna kind of be playing through all three of those at the same time. So, yeah. We'll be playing Persona 5 on Tuesday, that's what's gonna happen. Then we'll see. I'll see about maybe trying to get in another Ace Attorney stream before Persona 3 Reload drops, but yeah, once Reload drops, I think, like, we're still gonna focus primarily on Persona 5, with then, you know, Dual Destinies and, we'll see. I'm not entirely sure. Either I'll focus on Persona 5 first, get that done, so that, you know, or I'll get Dual Destinies done, then Persona 5 done, and then I'll start Spirit of Justice. That might be better. So, I'm not entirely sure whether I'll put Persona 5 or Dual Destinies as, like, the high priority series on the channel. Either way, I know it's not going to be Persona 5, Persona 3 Reload, so we'll see. But yeah, we'll see. I'll have to get a thinker on that one. I'm mostly based on it'll probably just end up being whichever I could finish first, whether I could finish Persona 5 or Dual Destinies first. So we'll see. Hey, thanks for subscribing. But yeah, we shall see. We'll leave this off here. We'll play some Persona 5 on Tuesday, and I'll have a think on it once Reload comes out. That being said, I'm gonna be going. I'll come again for the next stream. I just want to ask one thing. Like now or next stream? Do you stream at the same time frame every time? Not really. I mean, if I'm streaming on, like, Tuesdays, I basically have free, and then, like, if I'm streaming on a day where I'm basically free all day, I'm probably gonna be streaming at the same time, because it's just, like, a good time for me, but sometimes I'll stream, sometimes I will stream later, if that's, you know, if, like, I have stuff to do, and then I can only start streaming late at night, then so be it, but generally speaking, it'll either be similar to this stream, or later, most of the time, yeah. But yeah, with that said, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already, and thanks for watching. I'll see you all on Tuesday for some Persona 5.